Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second half of our June 27th, 2023 meeting. We had our special meeting at 3:30, so we're doing a continuation. We did not do our moment of silence or Pledge of Allegiance, so we're going to start with that and just take a brief minute. Thank you. And with that, I will ask Councilmember Edwards to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again, everyone. I am so excited to be up here tonight. We have new chairs and nobody's sinking tonight, so or squeaking. So happy dance. Closed session report, Mr. Newmeyer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No closed session items to report tonight.
Thank you, and that would be because we're holding closed session tomorrow.
That is correct.
That is correct. Thank you. Mayor and council member reports, announcements, and presentations. I'll start tonight. Thanks. I'm going to be real quick. 2 air pollution control district meetings, not much to report out on, and then they break for the next few months, and SLOCOG will not meet again till next month. I attended the Grizzly Academy 25th anniversary on Saturday. Took my grandson. It was great to watch them do their marching and a 21-gun salute. And unfortunately, they didn't do the flyover, which we thought would be the highlight, but it was great to be a part of their program and to be out there participating. They've really done a great job over 25 years bringing that program forward for at-risk youth. So congratulations to them. And a reminder that, and I'm sure there'll be more brought up for 4th of July, Tidelands Park, lots of activities and events going on, and that will be from 12 to 5. And with that, I will move to my right, Councilmember Landrum.
I will just say that Councilmember Edwards and I were present at the first, the preliminary meeting for the Downtown Design District, and I'm very excited about that. I think it so far is very collaborative, and I think it will be. I'm excited. I think we'll do some great things.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of things. You covered the 4th of July Family Fun Day, but I just want to let you know about the bike parade prior to the festivities at Tidelands Park. If you would like to meet at the north side of Morrow Creek Bridge, which is that bridge over, if you once you pass the high school and you go around, and there's that bridge that goes over to the Rock area. The parade starts at 10:30, and then there'll be live music at 11, and then they go into the opening ceremony at noon. And I also want to let you know about, I attended a couple of meetings. I attended the Estero Bay Alliance of Care, so if you hear EBAC, that's what that stands for. And just a report that we get every few weeks from the county and from various organizations that work with our unhoused and our low-income communities. And one of the things that stuck out was a statement that was made by one of the members who said, you know, our unhoused are houseless, not homeless. And so I thought that was a really, that kind of stuck with me. And another meeting that I attended was the Public Works Advisory Board, and if you ever get a chance to attend those or tune in, it's a great group of members. They really deep dive into all of the items that are on on the agenda and really ask amazing questions. So many questions that when it comes to council, I'm like, okay, I think I feel pretty well educated. And so some of the items that they covered were the authorizing the city manager to apply for a state revolving fund financial assistance, essentially regarding the Rancho Colina Mutual Water Company, their water and wastewater utilities. And then another item that they discussed was the presentation of the annual water supply and demand assessment and allocation of water equivalency units. So when you hear WEU tonight, or if we do end up talking about it. WEUs are very important to our city. And their next meeting, if you'd like to come, I'd love to see a full house there because it's usually like me and maybe one other person. If you want to come out and show support of our Public Works Advisory Board, their next meeting is Wednesday, August 16th at 5:30 right here. And that's it.
Nothing? Thank you. Councilmember Barton, any updates or announcements?
Yes. I had the pleasure of attending a couple of Chamber of Commerce events this week. One was a breakfast at which they were presenting social media for small business. And it was absolutely fascinating what's out there and what you can do with it. And it was led by Councilmember Ford's husband. And so there was a lot to learn. I took lots and lots of notes. And the other was a ribbon cutting on Friday afternoon at the David Rogers Fine Art store on the Morro Bay Boulevard. And there was the most beautiful art in there, absolutely gorgeous. And they now have a mural on one side of the building that is the Kite Festival. So now we have a giant kite festival on one side of the building, and it's just beautiful. So anyway, those were my two.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you to the Chamber for sponsoring that. I as well as Councilmember Edwards and Councilmember Ford, all four of us attended it, and I learned a lot. And also, July 5th, the Planning Commission will be holding a special meeting up at Morrow Elementary. So those of you in the community who would like to attend, they will be doing a gathering there. So take advantage of that. Mr. Carpenter, City Manager reports and announcements.
Yeah, our Public Works Director, Greg Kwolek, has some updates and announcements for us.
Thank you, City Manager Carpenter and Mayor Wixom and City Council. 3 quick updates. We have 2 capital projects that were just completed. One is the Elena Street Emergency Storm Drain Repair Project. It's done, and just wanted to report that out. I believe the contractor has a couple of very minor punch list items to complete, but it is done. If you take a ride down there, you can see the large concrete wall that's been installed and all the other facilities that have been installed. Also, our transit hub, that capital project is also complete as of this morning. We had the last fence post go in today, and we've been getting great feedback about it. We have a ribbon cutting ceremony tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mayor Wixom will be there, and we do have some flyers in the back if anyone's interested in coming. That's open to the public. And then finally, I just wanted to report out that our engineering division was successful in obtaining emergency funds for the storms from the Federal Highway Administration to the tune of $500,000 to $600,000 to pay for repairs on Main, South Bay Boulevard, and the Embarcadero that were all affected by the storms. Some of that work has already been done. Probably would have been done anyway, so that in some ways can be seen as a credit back to the city, to our general fund. So we're very excited about that and proud of that. That's all.
Thank you very much. And tonight we have a presentation, and this is for Parks Make Life Better Month proclamation. And I do see our recreation manager back there, I believe, Mr. Carmichael. So I'm going to read this, and I will invite you up to the mic. Thank you. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports the economic vitality of communities by partnering with local businesses and nonprofits and offering events for resident engagement. Whereas Parks and Recreation creates memorable experiences through youth sports and enrichment activities, teen centers and programs, senior activity centers, adult fitness and enrichment programs, free community events, and beyond. Whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equality, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. Whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. Whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens community identity by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, landscape. Whereas Parks and Recreation facilities community problem and issue resolution by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and serving as key points of service, helping our communities heal both physically and emotionally. Whereas Parks and Recreation sustains and stewards our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. Whereas Parks and Recreation supports safe, vibrant, active, progressive communities that make life better through positive alternatives offered in their recreational opportunities. Whereas Parks and Recreation remains versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies, all while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. Whereas the California Parks and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council, the City of Morro Bay, recognize the importance of access to local parks, trails, open space, and facilities for the health, wellness, and development, inspiration, and safety of all residents, and recognize July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you. Do I have to say, or do I get to say something?
Please.
I can't take credit for writing this. Thank you, Mayor Wixom, first of all, and City Council. I can't take credit for writing this. This is from, as it stated, California Parks and Recreation Society, and Parks Make Life Better. That has been the slogan for quite some years now, and it is in fact true. This, of course, isn't specifically about my office and what we do, but of course it's a partnership with the City Public Works Department, who do develop and maintain our parks and provide that space for our community and visitors. And we're very fortunate to have a stellar team there who does a lot with a little. With the maintenance team, so thank you, Mr. Kwolek, and to your staff. And then small but mighty, I would say, reflects the recreation team, and we do according to this document, we do quite a bit, but we seriously do touch lives here with what we do, from small babies at the swimming pool to seniors at the senior center and everybody in between. So we enjoy what we do. Did I just get buzzed? But we do enjoy what we do, and I believe that our community does appreciate what we provide here. And my hat's off to my staff, who do a fantastic job with what they do. And we are in our busy season right now with all sorts of part-time staff out there and participants enjoying the beach, the pool, the kids camp, senior center, and everything that we do offer. So this is very appreciative. Thank you very much for doing this, and thank you, City Council and Ms. Mayor.
Thank you. We are very fortunate to have your staff. Great program. Thank you. Programs. Thank you, Kirk. Okay, with that, we are going to open public comment. I'm going to start with speaker slips. And first up is going to be Ed Spera, and then Judy Salamanca, please.
Hello. Madam Mayor and City Council, I'm here again to bring up the fact about the traffic on Main Street between Olive and Piney Way. I hate to be redundant, but things are getting worse. And I'd like to just share a couple of things that being that I'm into it now, I'm seeing things that maybe I didn't see before. Coming from South Bay Boulevard, coming over the golf course, which I think that road should be shut down, to be honest with you. Then it leads to Main Street where Piney Way is, and there's a sign that the city has put up and said, this way to the beach and to the Embarcadero and so forth. When in fact, and the last thing I want to do is put this on to people on Piney Way, but you're inviting people to come down our street, and there hasn't been anything to mitigate the traffic, the speed, and there's so many things that can be done. I'm not going to sit here and introduce those things. I just want to come up again and let you guys know that you'll see me every 2 weeks. But again, thank you for your time. I appreciate that. And let's go from there. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Judy Salamanca. I'm a 21-year resident of Morro Bay now, and on the Board of Trustees of the Maritime Museum, the Morro Bay Maritime Museum, and the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce. And I'm delighted that you all came to our workshop at the Chamber, and I just wanted to mention that that is one of the programs that we have that is open to the public, whether they are members or not. But tonight I'm here to thank you from the Morro Bay Maritime Museum for our recent lease and our future expanded footprint at 1210 Embarcadero. It is our we're going into our 5th year anniversary, and very excited about that, to be able to expand and our services. And as part of that, I'm officially here to announce that we're diligently preparing for the San Salvador to return to Morro Bay. In 2016, it was here. I was on the board at that time, and it was a very exciting time. And what most people, we have posters all about tickets have been on sale. But what most people don't realize is that when San Diego Maritime Museum brought the San Salvador here in the past, and again in 2023, they share 50-50 on every ticket sold to go on board the ship and tour. The Cabrillo San Salvador is studied in the 4th and the 5th grades here. So it's a wonderful opportunity to teach our children and our adults about Cabrillo and the San Salvador when it toured or when it sailed before. You just go to our website and get a ticket and enjoy. There's 1,200 opportunities per day that we can sell tickets for, and all of that is an investment into our future expansion of the museum. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks to Visit Morro Bay for their giving us a grant so that we can get the word out to the media, and that is all going to be starting soon. And please, everybody join us at the San Salvador. Thank you.
Thank you, we're excited for that. Next up is Rigmar and Karacha? I want to say that wrong, I'm guessing.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Rigmar, and
I forgot my reading glasses. I will not stay, so I'm here now to voice my opinion regarding 1175 Scott Street. 4 of our properties are located within a block or so, and I also live here. So I think my input should be multiplied by 4. This street is kind of junky right now, but it has great potentials both by the location and the ones who are adding to the street currently, like Carla's Kitchen, Frank's nice condo, Travis's ritzy building being built, and now soon Sean Green's amazing project. Maybe it would give some of the long-term commercial tenants there an incentive to clean up their lease sites. This location is more amazing than most people are aware of. Yes, even the city does not fully get it. They sneakingly tore down our wonderful Surf Street stairs, leading us straight down to the Embarcadero, and they also did not honor their promise of a view deck for the amazing view at the end of Surf Street and the bluff over there. However, we still are next to the Embarcadero, the bay, the rock, beaches, shops, and restaurants. This area is perfectly situated for a combination of residence and small hotel for vacationers. The naysayers to this project aired their concerns in front of the planners, but the commission unanimously approved the project as presented. So please, City Council, stand with the planners and let Sean Green add this gem to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carocha, that's how you pronounce it. I know it's hard for everybody to say it. But I am the owner of Carocha's Gallery and Art Studios. We just had our grand opening on May 20th. We are located on 780 Monterey Avenue, Suite 103. While we were distributing flyers, we were informed that the city of Morro Bay was looking into businesses and to provide more evening events and activities to the public. And that's why I'm here today. My business is designed to offer both to this community. Carocha's Gallery and Art Studios is a gallery that displays all of my art during the day. That's up for sale. I paint during the day there as well. During the evening hours from 4 to 6 p.m. and 7 to 9 p.m., Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we hold art-themed classes such as mother-daughter nights, sister nights, best friends nights, daughter-father nights, and more. All of our classes, date, times, and themes can be found on our website at www.y/.net. You can book your class online, or you can come into the gallery and pay in person. We accept all credit cards, cash, and Venmo. We just ask that you book classes in advance so we can prepare for class on time efficiently. We have 2 packages. One is for $55. That covers an 8x10 canvas. All materials are included: palette, acrylic paint, brushes, and 2 glasses of wine, complimentary for adults over 21 and over. It's also BYOB if you guys don't like wine. And, for kids, we might offer juice, The second package is for $65, and that covers an 11x14 canvas, and including pretty much the same on the other package. If anyone has any questions, our contact information is on our website. Again, that's www.y/.net. There's a QR code that will bring you there. If you have any flyers, I put some out in the back on the table, so you're more than free to grab one. That'll also bring you to our social media. Please follow us because we really need fans. So, anyways, I look forward to having you all in our class and experience with you all of your artistic freedom. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Linda Winters, followed by Ray Reardon.
Good evening. This is going to be totally off the top of my head. Mayor, council people, staff, police and fire chiefs, I'm here to talk about the legislative process, and I am proud to announce that because of my involvement, our involvement as far as mobile home parks here in Morro Bay and all over the territory, one of our former council people has gone to the assembly, and she is sponsoring a bill that is helping to protect the people that live in mobile home parks, not just here in Morro Bay, but all over the state of California. There are 5,000 mobile home parks. There are 5 million people that live in those mobile home parks. And what she is sponsoring is the MRLPP, which the mobile home residency laws and the protection program for those people. And that is a really, really important thing for all of us to be aware of. I am very proud to say that her bill has gone through 4 steps in the legislative process, and it is about ready to go through the judiciary program, and we hope it will become an honest-to-goodness bill to help protect all of us. So that's the end of my improv, and I thank you very much, and I'll be back here later.
Madam Mayor, esteemed council, staff, and fellow citizens. This is just a thank you, okay? So I'm at my 6-month part of being the head of the Chamber of Commerce, okay, and the non-paid one. So wanted to thank you for, first of all, for all your support, because there's not an event that we do that you're not, the majority of you aren't there all the time, and that just means a lot to us. Karacha, okay, it was just a great, one of our new members. I wanted to come, though, and really just recognize 2 of our members, and that was Movement for Life and Project Surf Camp. So this month, Movement for Life did a fundraiser for Project Surf Camp. They raised over $12,000, and it's from our community, for our community. And, and I just think that wanted to go on public record of just recognizing them, as they were nice enough to give my daughter a job, who is now Dr. Katie Reardon, who is now a physical therapist. So I wanted to say thank you to them. And that's all I had for today. So thank you much.
Thank you, Ray, and we love Project Surf Camp. With that, public comment is open. I have no more speaker slips.
My wife says I can take my mask off when I'm at the podium. Terry Simons, Morro Bay. As is my custom, I'm just kind of impromptuing the things that have gone before this evening, and I wanted to reinforce my sincere appreciation of Public Works Director Kwolek. He made a commitment to this council and the community that the Triangle Park project would be done in time, and it has been done in time, and it's impeccable. And I just wanted to reinforce that. And everything else that I've seen him work on so far has only encouraged me to believe that we've got the right man for the job. Thank you.
Not sure if I understand the protocol.
You can just go up. That's fine. Thank you.
My name is Art Litzchonik. I live at 242 Surf, just a stone's throw from here. Thank you for the moment here. I'm here to support the project that was mentioned earlier at 1175 Scott by Sean. I'm a new Morro Bay resident. I've been here less than a year. Came up from San Luis Obispo. Love this community. It's fun, it's funky, and it's, I love the mix of the community. I think Sean's project is going to be very additive, particularly on that street. It's a small, quiet, boutique-y hotel style that would be very well situated in that lot. And that street, it looks like it actually could use some additional enhancements to it. And as a resident right around the corner, I too, like the other residents, would be concerned about noise and parking. And I can assure you that I'm here, I work out of my own house. There's plenty of parking around here. And of course, the peak months that we get most of the summer residents in, it gets a little bit tight here and there, but I would say that that property is going to have 3 parking spots on it. I think it should be more than adequate to handle that with also some of the additional street parking. So I'm here to support it and just say I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great enhancement to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Winholtz. I just want to offer some reflective thoughts on the presentation that happened during your special meeting a few hours or so ago. What I want to highlight are 4 points. The first one is that there was, one of the presenters said, this really is about more development forward. And so for me, as a resident, that word development has double meanings. And so they did talk a lot about housing and infrastructure, but they never talked about low-income housing, the kind of housing that we in Morro Bay need, the kind of housing where we can have people that work in our businesses can afford to live here. So I just want to kind of highlight that as a little bit of a red flag, that I'm not sure that their definition of housing is our definition of housing. And along with that concept of housing, I would like to say that the concept of affordable by design, what they call the ABD, doesn't work. They say that in their report. It won't work here in our area, or for sure not here on the coast. And so I am not excited about that going forward here for Morro Bay. I do appreciate that they addressed and that the council made comment about what the audience said about that those of us who pay the bills, whether it's the sewer bills or the fees or the money that they use for their grants, we have no voice in this. And I appreciate that you're bringing that to their attention, because we're the ones that are paying the bills. We're the ones that live with those decisions. And so please make sure that we're involved in that process as it moves forward. And I want to make a comment out this phrase that was thrown out, that a seat at the table. We already have a seat at the table. We're at SLOCOG. Our planning department is at the county planning department meetings. Our city manager is at the county city planning. We have a seat at the table. And so I hope you don't get caught up with those kinds of phrases that maybe aren't accurate. And along with that, I would like to bring to your attention that I did in my comments to you in written form, I highlighted a particular phrase, and I hope that you'll keep this in mind, that the document states that what is proposed is voluntary, and I get that. Yet, the HIP wants to be a factor in, quote, grant programming cycles through SLOCOG. So this is not necessarily a benign program. It's one where they want to have say in what's going on and in terms of priorities, and it's not necessarily what our priorities might be, but whoever these people are who are moving forward with development. And so I just wanted to bring those to your attention and hope that you'll keep them in mind as you move forward with this project.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, I will turn to AGP. Have anyone in the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you, everyone. I was looking to see if there was anything we needed to address, but I think a lot of it was just sharing new opportunities in the community for events. So thank you for that. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda, and I will open public comment on the consent agenda.
I want to bring your attention to item A4 on the consent. This is something that was heard at PWAB and at the Planning Commission, and both times I asked the question about the percentage of water that is allocated to us from our state water project, and in both cases, it was stated that that percentage is applied to what we get as a subcontractor from the county, who is the major contractor with the state. However, in my comments, I quoted a document that says that that's not true, that it's actually the county gets that percentage, and then the county, because they have excess, can make us whole. And I just want to clarify that, because I think that's different. If we're only getting 5% and then we have to ask the county for more, do we pay for more, or is that just a nice thing they do for us? Or is that 5% really a county thing, and then they have a higher percent than that they give to all us subcontractors? And so I think that amount is critical, and I think it's important for the public to understand that and for it to be clear how that is evaluated and given to us.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment on the consent agenda? AGP?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll close public comment on the consent agenda. Mr. Qualic, are we able to answer that by any chance?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll answer that briefly. And we also answered this question at the Public Works Advisory Board meeting. Our understanding from everything in all of our discussions with the county is that the percentage that's applied to state water contracts is passed down to the city. So if, for example, the state water project is at a 5% year, that means the 5%, that means that the city gets 5% of its allocation plus drought buffer. And that is how we understand our water supply to be every year. I suspect that the document Constituent Winholtz is referring to was an announcement document that maybe could have been a bit more precise. But yeah, we get the percentage that the state water project tells us we get every year plus drought buffer. And that formula is outlined in our staff report.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent?
I do.
What item?
Let me go back to that. I would like to pull A1, A3, and A4.
Anyone else? So I will look for a motion for A2
And 5.
and A5. There is no A5. There is no A5. A2. Or am I missing it?
I move that we approve on the consent agenda items A2 and A5.
Second.
Thank you. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you for that. I crossed it up because it was the proclamation. Already done. With that, I will turn it to Councilmember Landrum, A1.
Okay, I just was waiting I had asked city manager about confirming that the insurance for the, I never got the information on one of the firms, and I just wanted to make sure we had everything that we needed.
It will be provided, their insurance will be provided to us before we execute the contract.
Oh, okay, thank you. And that's all I had for that one.
Well, since you pulled that, I did actually have something I want to add on that too, on A1. Two things. One is I appreciate that our firm in Sacramento, up there, Townsend, just helped us in receiving a $300,000 allocation. Senator Laird contacted us yesterday, and that made it through the House and Senate seats and is just waiting for the governor to sign, so that'll be $300,000 towards our storm drain repairs, and then the $500,000 to $600,000 that was shared by our Public Works Director from federal. So I am very happy with the services, and I've had the opportunity to work with Mike in Washington, D.C., as well as up in Sacramento. I think what I want to encourage staff would be to, one of our goals was grant writing, and these are services offered by these companies, and I would hope that we would be pursuing some of those opportunities for grant writing through these two companies to start moving forward. There's a lot of infrastructure money out there that they might be able to help us get. So with that, do you want to do a motion individually, or you want to do your other two?
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question.
Thank you. Sorry.
Piggybacking off of your comment.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't originally have a question. So my question is if we do ask them to provide more grant writing, does that increase their fee?
Yes,
Okay. And
as it would any grant writer.
right, but what so
Can
would
I,
we,
can
would
I
this-
say something? I had asked whether we paid additional fees for the $600,000 for the park, and we didn't pay additional fees for that. So
Some of them are
so
included.
so that's undetermined. I don't know if I don't. We should find that out.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the question. Each contract is structured slightly differently regarding grant applications. The Townsend contract includes some level of support for grant writing, which is the Coleman Park grant writing support that was referenced, but that's still had a lot of staff involvement. And so they have to date provided review and guidance on our grant applications. The federal contract with Ferguson, we can decide to contract them with them for more robust grant writing services on an as-needed basis. Their contract allows for them to provide us with information about grant opportunities that are available and some limited support services as well. So I think depending on the scope as we go forward, we can certainly evaluate what can be provided within the scope of each contract, and if anything additional would be needed, we could bring that forward to council.
Thank you for that clarification. And I would be amiss to have not included the $1.5 million from last year from the federal money also for our North T Pier. So any other questions on that? Nope. 8.3.
I had asked, and I guess I ran out of time to get the information from Mr. Kwolek. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm looking at.
The city attorney.
Oh, yeah. On that one, it sounds very reasonable. I just wanted to, because I'm on the WRF subcommittee, I wanted to find out if there are any upcoming anticipated expenses with potential lawsuits or, things that we should consider with that, the three different criteria, and if we should know.
So it's hard to predict where WRF's going to go. At this point, we don't have any lawsuits on the horizon, but we certainly could have some. Of course, we right now are trying to close out the first two stages in the project. We have IPR coming up. So it's always possible that there could be a lawsuit, but we're not engaged in one right now. But as the council knows, we've had some back and forth with one of the contractors. And we're trying to close out with the two main contractors right now.
And then as far as if the roundabout option is chosen for the intersection that's later today, how much legal work would be involved in that? I believe that would be special services, right?
Actually, no. Roundabout is Public Works, and Public Works is part of the general rate that city attorney charges.
So any kind of land acquisition wouldn't be special services?
Public Works would be general rate. City real property is charged at special rate, but the bulk of the work, if not all of it, for roundabout would be Public Works. If we actually had to do eminent domain or condemnation, that'd be a litigation rate.
And if we did have to do that, what do you anticipate that would, how much more would that add hours?
It depends how far one has to go. If it's just negotiating with the landowner, that's not a whole lot of time. If it turns into something where we have to go to court and do a condemnation action, that can be quite a bit of time. I haven't looked at the actual land that perhaps we'd want to acquire, but it's hard to say what that would be. Usually those items, hopefully you resolve through negotiating and making a good offer to whoever the land needs to be acquired from. But, it's possible you have to go to court.
Thank you.
E4?
Okay, that was the one I thought it was on. I was asking for the answers to those questions, and then also what the commercial water use, with the commercial water use, what is the criteria for the 65 WEUs? And then are all businesses treated the same, or are restaurants and, say, laundromats, are they in a different category?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. I'll call up our Utilities Division Manager, Damaris Hanson, up for that question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No, they're not treated the same. So single-family home is treated as one WU, but the Muni Code has a table that specifies all the different commercial uses, and it depends on, if they're a restaurant or a laundromat, there's different WUs for each of those, and the size of them matters as well.
Okay, so when the 65 WEUs in the water presentation is for commercial, is that, can you clarify that for me, how that is?
So the 65 and so the commercial, the multifamily and the single family is all defined in the Measure F, the percentages for each of those. So
Right, so it's 65 for commercial, right? So,
correct.
So is that just any kind of, how is that being, if they're all different, how are we allowing for different businesses?
So each business that comes in, say there's a new restaurant that comes in, then when it comes through the planning division, they decide how many WEUs that gets issued.
So it's first come, first served kind of thing, is that? Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
And then the other questions were, that I had forwarded you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Landrum. I believe that was the question about the percentage of allocation and state water that I answered earlier.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? With that, I will move approval of A1, A3, and A4 and ask for a second.
I second.
Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. With that, we will move on to our public hearing items. Our first item, B1, is an appeal filed related to Planning Commission approval of a proposed commercial residential project that includes a single hotel suite with 4 bedrooms plus manager's residential unit to be located at 1175 Scott Street. This is going to be turned over to Community Development in just 1 minute. Mr. Simons and the project owner will have 5 minutes each, and I will be stepping down from this item. I have a business, family business located within the area, although it's not a direct conflict. Just for perception's sake, I will step down, and I will turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem Ford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so at this time, I would like to invite up Nancy Hubbard, our contract planner. Oh, you're already here. Just kidding. You're all come on down. Oh, wait. Okay, so if you'd like to go ahead and present.
So this is an appeal of a planning commission approval of a mixed-use development that's to be located at 1175 Scott Street. And here's just a brief summary of the Planning Commission project approval, which occurred on May 16, 2023. They found the project to be suitable for the area. It meets the land use plan criteria for community commercial. The exterior design has architectural interest and articulation fitting into the industrial character of the area. The project provided greater setbacks than required, providing more buffer between neighboring properties than required. The total height of the project is just under 30 feet to the top of the roof deck railing. The project meets the recently adopted long-range planning criteria for commercial use with a residential component. More summary continues. The zoning code requires 1 parking space for the hotel suite and 2 spaces for the manager/security residential unit. And the image here shows the 3 spaces. There's a compact space on the left. In the center is a van accessible with access aisle, which is 17 feet wide. And on the right is a standard parking space. The 3 spaces are 2 for the manager's unit and 1 for the hotel. The project is asking for parking exception just to allow the 1 parking space on the left to be compact size, which is 8.5 feet wide by 18.5 feet long versus 9 feet wide and 20 feet long. Public Works approved a wider driveway to accommodate the parking requirement. And there was a question about the use of the van accessible space, and there's an exception in section 216.5 for parking areas with 4 or less spaces. The accessible space does not have to be identified by a sign or reserved exclusively for use by people with disabilities. And again, this is private parking, so it's not available to anyone going down the street. Simons filed an appeal on May 31st, 2023, and the grounds for appeal are, this is really going to test my eyesight. The appellant states that the project is overdeveloped and creates a public detriment to the neighborhood. The appellant also believes that the project should provide additional public benefit because it's in a PD overlay zone. Staff response is the project provides greater setbacks, lesser lot coverage, and is under the height limit specified for the zoning district. The subject property is surrounded by parcels also in the C2 zoning district, all of which could be redeveloped to the same standards as this application. The PD overlay zone allows modification of or exemption from the development standards if such action would result in a better design or other public benefit. Modification of the development standards that may require a greater public benefit include height, setback, and density, none of which were modified for this project. Grounds for Appeal 2, staff was not able to explain how this hotel unit is different than a vacation rental. The zoning district defines a hotel as commercial use that provides overnight lodging to transient patrons. A short-term vacation rental is defined as a residential use, which can be a private home, multifamily unit, or even a bedroom of a primary residence rented to a guest as lodging for a period not exceeding 30 days. The conditional use permit issued for this project specifies approval for use as a hotel and a manager security residential unit. A change in use to full residential uses would not be allowed under the current or the pending new zoning code. Grounds for Appeal 3. The applicant does not believe a hotel is a commercial use, believes it's residential, and the manager's security unit is also residential. Also believes that the parking requirement was determined based on shared use parking. The appellant used the term mixed use parking, but I believe he is referring to the concept of shared use parking, so that's what I've addressed. The zoning code clearly defines hotel as commercial use, and the project was not reviewed or approved assuming a shared use parking situation. The project parking was determined based on the parking for each use pursuant to the zoning code requirements. Grounds for appeal number 4. The applicant does not think there is enough parking in this mixed-use residential neighborhood, and the neighborhood is not even fully developed. It seems like a parking in lieu program would be appropriate for this project. Staff response is the project meets the zoning code parking requirements, 1 space per hotel unit and 2 spaces for the manager's security residential unit. The project has provided the required parking. Parking in lieu is only considered when a project cannot provide the required number of parking spaces. Grounds for appeal 5. The appellant states that the roof deck and the building height should be seen as additional area of use to add to the total square footage. This is a little confusing for me, but the roof deck and the building height aren't included in any definition of area used for lot coverage or floor area ratio. The setbacks, the height, and the lot coverage requirements determine the maximum footprint allowed for a new project. Grounds for appeal 6. The exiting plan for the roof deck is to go to the residential unit on the 3rd floor. This seems like a public fire safety concern. Staff response, this project has been reviewed by the fire marshal and meets the egress, emergency escape, and rescue openings for this occupancy. The building will include fire alarms and fire suppression sprinkler system. The emergency exit from the roof deck should be via ground ladders, which are on each fire engine, and the ladder truck has a capacity to reach 75 feet. Grounds for appeal 7. The appellant believes the roof deck design was intended to exclude the hotel guests from access to the space. The response is, this project has gone through several designs and layouts prior to this final design. There's no requirement to allow hotel guests to use an adjacent residential unit's amenities. In this case, the roof deck, which is exclusive to the manager's security residential unit. There is a requirement that all common areas available to hotel guests must also be ADA accessible, and the hotel portion meets that criteria. Grounds for appeal 8. The building setback in height allows occupants to look down on the adjacent residential use and is overly invasive to the neighbors. Staff response, there are some existing legal residential uses north of the subject property that predate the incorporation of the city of Morro Bay. The subject project has greater setbacks than required, and the adjacent residential use to the north is on a parcel that is twice the size of the subject parcel, and their backyard buffers the residents from commercial uses built in accordance with the zoning district. Simon's appeal requested relief or action. The appellant would like to reduce the size of the hotel by removing the 2nd floor of the building, but keep the 3 parking spaces. Staff response, the project is designed to the development standards of the zoning district and achieves the long-term planning goals for this area to become a vibrant contributor to the business community and support the tourism industry. There are no standards or findings in the zoning code or coastal land use plan that support a reduction in the number of bedrooms in the hotel suite. The appellant would like to require that all the parking meet the standard dimensions. Staff response, the project would need to be redesigned to accommodate this request because of the tight site, the narrow street, and the result would be only that the 1 parking space would increase in width by 6 inches and in length by 18 inches. The average mid-sized vehicle is under 6.5 feet in width and under 16 feet in length, which is why compact-sized parking spaces are becoming more frequently allowed in conjunction with standard-sized spaces. That concludes the presentation. The staff recommendation is that the City Council adopt Resolution 45-23, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission approval of the Coastal Development Permit, conditional use permit, and parking exception for the proposed new mixed-use project at 1175 Scott Street.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council if you have any questions of staff. And so I'm going to start with Councilmember Edwards, if you have any questions.
If I may briefly, and maybe this is to Ms. Hubbard or Mr. Graham, I'm just curious if you could just briefly tell me what the long-term planning goals of this specific area is. Just kind of briefly bullet point.
The proposed new zoning code is community commercial, which is the same zoning district as the majority of downtown Morro Bay. So it would allow more pedestrian level shops and things that really want people to walk by and stop by. And the previous zoning for this site, C2, was originally expected to be more industrial, light industrial for fishing industry businesses. And as we've seen, that this is a really prime area, very walkable to the Embarcadero and to the Rock and to downtown. And so the long-term goal is to make this more commercially acceptable for pedestrian traffic.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barton, do you have any questions for staff?
No questions.
Councilmember Landrum?
My only questions are about the parking. So I think it's a really creative project and I like it, but I just wonder, because there's 2 people that live there permanently, so I would assume that they're using the 2 of the parking spaces. And so just the one is all they need for the hotel. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, the zoning code requires 1 for the hotel suite.
That's it?
Yes.
So, and that's the current zoning code or the?
Both.
Oh, both do, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, that brings me back to me, and I do not have any questions at this time. So I would like to, at this time, open up the hearing, and I'm going to invite the appellant up, and then Mr. Terry Simons, and I'd like to remind you that you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My name is Terry Simons, Morro Bay. I was anticipating, based on prior discussions, that I would have 10 minutes, but fortunately, I put my summary request and recommendation at the forefront of my comments, and all of my comments have been submitted for the record in writing, so let me begin. First of all, let me say that I have no financial obligations or interest in this project or even in this neighborhood. My interests are solely a matter of the process in which this project has been processed and approved, and my concerns primarily speak to the planning director's decision to allow a 1,500 square foot, 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 2-story unit to be called a single hotel room. I think that's unconscionable. As the appellant, I make the following request of City Council as to the subject project. That the project be approved as a 3-unit hotel plus security residence as was originally applied for by the applicant, subject to the following. The building design and spatial layout remain similar to that presented. That the total hotel area not be greater than 1,600 square feet, that no hotel room be larger than 800 square feet, that the required parking be 1 space per hotel room, that required parking beyond 3 spaces available be provided via in lieu parking fee program or parking secured on another property within 500 feet or development of a neighborhood permit parking program. The owner may develop and operate the first floor ADU unit once complete and shall not operate the additional hotel units until such time as additional parking is provided. This project shall not be approved in reliance on public on-street parking unless and until the Scott Street Parking District is operational. The owner is in a unique position to act as a citizen liaison between the Community Development Department and the Scott Street neighborhood property owners and has previously demonstrated significant public involvement in development of community goals to facilitate public-private partnerships. As such, he could provide significant public benefit by helping to develop programs and standards that allow for development of small commercial and mixed-use projects on small lots within the community. the solution to the Scott Street issues may provide additional citywide applications. My concerns have to do with granting a special privilege. In the arena of public development, processing one of the most sacred precepts is that no action by a government employee, elected public official, or commission shall constitute the granting of special privilege. This concept is so ingrained in the processing of development applications that typically all approvals contain specific language that the granting of the approval does not provide any form of special privilege. The greatest opportunity for special privilege occurs in the processing done to provide exceptions, variances, conditional use permits, and other special deviations from generally accepted standards or codes as they apply to the details of a project. Currently under appeal, the development project at 1175 Scott Street, Morro Bay, is being evaluated as to the process and if there were any significant deviations from appropriate standards that would lead one to conclude that potential granting of a special privilege is implied in the methodology used to review and process the project. If so, was this inadvertent, incidental, intentional by the applicant, staff, or commissions reviewing the project? When this project was originally submitted to community development, the planning notes indicate that it was submitted as a 3-unit hotel with a residential security unit above. The proposal was rejected by staff, and the applicant was directed by staff to redesign the facility to include only 1 hotel unit. It's not clear how the allocation of space was determined such that the final submittal was for a 2-story, 1,335 square foot suite as a single hotel room. At the PC hearing, when questioned, the community development director specifically determined that the 4-bedroom suite, in his opinion, constituted a single hotel room, and as such only required a single parking space. On the face of this argument, the size of this room is totally inconsistent with nationally recognized standards for hotel rooms. The typical hotel rooms are sized from 300 to 500 square feet, with 2-bedroom suites ranging to 800 square feet. The proposed suite consists of 4 individual bedrooms, associated baths, and kitchen facilities. This is roughly the size of 3 conventional hotel rooms, 2 large bedroom suites. Clearly requiring only 1 parking space for the hotel portion is not supported by convention, nor is there any apparent size discussion in the zoning code, basically giving the authority to the community development director to determine what the appropriate size and parking should be. The staff report speaks to the exception for only the compact space and does not specifically build a foundation for parking required for a 4-bedroom suite. The rest of my response is in the written record. I will say that in conclusion, the need for more creative parking solutions, the future of the downtown core.
Mr. Simons, you need your
okay,
time.
You have my written stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Simons? No? Okay. All right. And thank you for that. At this, okay.
I was having a hard time following the part about how, like, the hotel room size and 1 hotel room versus 4. I'm not following what you're saying there.
I'm having a hard time following it too. It seems incomprehensible to me that our zoning code doesn't address the size of a hotel room and how many parking spaces should be associated with it beyond a certain size. Understand, this is a 1,535 square foot hotel suite. That's larger than a lot of single-family 3-bedroom residences. How, when you have a 2-bedroom residential unit on the top of this building that requires 2 parking spaces, can any reasonable person accept the determination of the community development director that this massive suite, which can sleep up to 9 people, can possibly be reasonably parked with a single parking space? The inevitable is that the parking will shift out into the public. And there's another aspect that I didn't touch on, and if I might, there was a public works exception granted to this project that basically allowed for the entire width of the property to be used for backup parking into the street. When you do that, you effectively take away at least one, if possibly two, parking spaces that are public spaces along the street. And so in effect, what you're doing is you're granting the special privilege of converting those public street frontage parking spaces into private parking spaces for the benefit of the project without compensation. So I hope that helped clarify.
Thank you.
It's a complicated thing. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the project applicant, Mr. Green, to the podium. And Mr. Green, I want to let you know that you have the same chance to answer Councilmember Landrum's question. You can either do it now or you can do it after your 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sean Green. I'm the applicant, along with my wife, Alana, and my architect, Andrew Goodwin, of the mixed-use commercial project at 1175 Scott Street. We are here and available to answer any and all questions tonight, should they arise. To begin, as an active citizen over the past 8 years, I support the appeal process and have once used it myself back in 2017 to save a tree from unnecessary removal at the corner of Main Street and Dunes, where it continues to thrive today. As a prideful Morro Bay resident, I appreciate all citizen efforts that attempt to better our city and neighborhoods, which I certainly believe our proposed project does. And while I disagree with the substance of all claims made in today's appeal, I respect and get along amicably with both Terry Simons, the appellant, and Betty Winholtz, the person who paid for the appeal, both of whom reside outside of the Beach Street District, but who participate in a number of citizen efforts throughout Morro Bay. I'd next like to thank the Morro Bay Planning Commission for their unanimous approval of our project at 1175 Scott Street at their May 16th public hearing, a hearing that generated widespread praise from all planning commissioners and most public commenters during the hour-long deliberation over the merits of the proposed project. I also wish to thank city staff in all departments who reviewed plan set after plan set, generated pages and pages of comments and required revisions, met in person when needed, and put my professional team through the ringer. For my own benefit, I tell myself, but it's been time-consuming, expensive, eye-opening, and rewarding all at the same time. And lastly, I'd like to thank all the people who have already written and spoken in support of the project and those who may do so today. Among them are former planning commissioners, former council members, residents, small business owners, and most importantly, neighbors in the Beach Street District who recognize Scott Street's unique potential, commercial zoning, and diverse mix of existing uses, including warehouses, automotive businesses, a restaurant, a hotel, a dog rehabilitation facility, 3 vacant lots, and 3 legal non-conforming residences. At this time, rather than run through a detailed list of legal and practical rebuttals to each of the appellant's many claims, which I do have in hand should they become necessary, I put my trust in the careful review of our appointed planning commissioners whose unanimous approval of the project followed an hour of public presentations and discourse, which itself followed months and months of due diligence on the part of well-qualified city staff whose recommendation to approve was substantiated by each and every relevant section of Morro Bay Municipal Code as described in today's staff report. Suffice it to say that our proposed mixed-use project prioritizes commercial use over residential as prescribed in C2 zoning, complies with maximum height allowance for the zone, offers 4-foot setbacks at the side and rear where none are required, covers 71% of the parcel where 90% is allowed, features 3 off-street parking spaces, not only meeting city parking requirements, but pulling 3 more cars off the street than all adjacent properties combined, adds 40 feet of frontage improvements where none exist within 250 feet, far exceeds ground cover permeability standards, generates most, if not all, electricity on site, infills a vacant commercial lot within the downtown waterfront strategic plan, a goal of the city's, beautifies a block that has received little to no public or private investment in decades, promotes economic development, a goal of the city's, includes workforce housing, a goal of the city's, and boosts the Morro Bay General Fund by thousands of dollars per year. One final item I wish to bring attention to before I step down. At the end of the appeal filing submitted, there's a statement that reads, quote, "There must be an alternative to this concept." There must be an alternative to this concept, as a statement from the appellants discounts years of planning by the applicant, his paid professional team, Morro Bay City staff in all departments whose comments guided future rounds of plan resubmissions, 4 rounds in total, as well as our Planning Commission, who carefully considered past projects, present concerns, current and future zoning, and unique site constraints at this location before rendering a unanimous approval vote at their 5/16/23 public hearing. Any alternative to this concept, if proposed under the new zoning code, a zoning code that maximizes build-out in commercial districts, would almost certainly result in a bigger project with 0 setbacks, greater lot coverage, and potentially fewer parking spaces than the well-received project you have before you. As someone who always tries to do right by the city each and every time I come up here to speak, someone who cares about my neighbors and neighborhood, and someone who has dedicated the past several years to the C2 project you see before you, an alternative concept is not the solution. Please allow us to invest in the Beach Street Commercial District by upholding your Planning Commission's unanimous decision, by respectfully rejecting today's appeal, and by approving the project at 1175 Scott Street as proposed. Thank you.
Wow, that was right on the mark there. And Mr. Green, did you have any interest in also commenting on, and if you'd like for her to repeat the question that she had for Mr. Simons, it's up to you if you'd like to respond as well. Would you like for her to repeat the question and see if you wanted to respond? Councilmember Lundrum, do you mind repeating your question?
Well, it was kind of specific. I was asking him to clarify what he was saying about the size of the rooms and
I believe the question was, if I'm remembering correctly, is regarding the typical size of a hotel?
No,
No?
I just wasn't following what he said,
Okay,
and I just
okay.
asked him to explain it to me.
Okay. Now, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Green? Go ahead.
Regarding the ADA parking space, how does the law work with that if there is no one, because it's a private parking, if there is no one there using, that requires that parking, can other people park in that parking space that are staying at that place?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not
So
just for...
No, it's designed to meet the standards, the slope, everything. It just doesn't have to be signed, and it doesn't have to be vacant if there is nobody visiting the site that requires that space.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions specifically for Mr. Green? No? Okay. I would, at this time, like to invite the public up for comment. And no speaker slips? Okay. We'll go here, and then we'll go to Ms. Winholtz afterwards. You're fine. You're fine.
Hi, my name is Cal Myers. I live in the Beach District. I got one of the little planning cards in the mail a few days ago. I do know Mr. Green. We do some volunteer work for the city together, but full disclosure, I have no business or financial interest in his property. I am glad to see this property get developed. It's always sad to see the empty lots with the grass growing over it. The plan that was showed, it has sort of the cool vibe of the rest of the area down there. It's pretty eclectic. That's one of the reasons I like to live there. I can't speak to the Planning Commission side of it, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about parking. I work at home. I have for the last 5 years, the whole time I've lived there. My window really looks down the street at the Rock, so I see the cars come and go on a daily basis for the last 5 or 6 years. The parking is always impacted when there's events here. This is an event center, so you go out there, they're up and down the street, depending on how large the event is. It goes further and further down the street. Normally, when I get up tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., I look down the street, there's maybe 4 or 5 cars on Surf Street, the 2-block area. If you go up and down the neighborhoods, you'll see the residentials, people parking in front of their homes. Most of the people that park in front of their home, or cars that are in front of residences, are presumably there, like the trailer park along north part of Scott, the non-compliance houses that have no off-street parking, garages. You see those, or homes with ADUs, again, in that general neighborhood. But generally, there's like I say, 6 cars, there's maybe 30, 40 spots in that area here. And so the fact that Mr. Green has included a couple spots in his development is exciting. So I'm excited to see the ground get built. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Ms. Winholtz, I think you were on your way up.
Yes, I will speak in favor of the appellant, and I think it's important to remember this is not about the person, and it's not even about how beautiful this project is and how it enhances. What it is does it meet the standards of the law? And what the Planning Commission did not have, and I don't know if I said it in my notes, if you've seen the pictures, the drawings for this project were not included in your staff report. I don't know if you've taken the time to go look at the Planning Commission to see them. And so I think that's important that that information is to you, but I don't know if you took advantage to find it since it wasn't offered. I think the other thing, and this was true at the Planning Commission level, that the Beach Street specific plan, because it's in our current zoning ordinance, which he has to abide by, as well as the new land use from the general plan, was not delineated to the planning commissioners. And that's what my comments to you were about, that I had 7 things that I found in the Beach Street specific plan that I think you need to address. One is the substandard size but that is the smallest of the concerns here for me. The idea, and I did not know that if you had an ADA parking space, that if it's not being used, someone else could use it. So maybe the police chief could comment on that. Maybe because it's on private property, it doesn't have the same rules as if it's on the street. But that's news to me. And that wasn't brought up at Planning Commission. So my concern is that we've got an ADA space, and if you have people that are not needing an ADA space, that they're going to end up on the street. And I think that was pointed out by Mr. Simons, that how do you get 9 people into one parking place? That's pretty unusual. I also found that if you look at the way that the handicap zone, handicap parking slot is arranged, that you can't have a handicapped driver. You could have a handicapped passenger, but if I'm a handicapped person driving that vehicle, I can't get out of that parking space because of the car space parking next to me. The whole idea about backing into the public street, that's part of the parking zone that you need to attend to, and that has not been met. The idea to get away from parking for a minute, that the fire department has a requirement that if you provide an elevator, that it has to be accessible to all levels of that building. He's not calling it an elevator, but it's some kind of security card that's only accessible for the 3rd floor. And so it seems to me that is a safety issue that needs to be addressed, and it should have to be amenable to all 3 floors. He's calling it a lift, and nor is it the size of what's required. I would say that you need to look at my comments, please, and address those things that have not been addressed regarding the Beach Street specific plan, including the public improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winholtz. Do we have anyone else from the audience who would like to speak? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Travis Kinney. I'm the one building the other project down on 1130 Scott Street. I'm here on behalf of to speak up for Scott. Actually, you guys are probably a little lucky that Scott didn't sell me the property, because I begged him to sell it, and there would have been a bigger project sitting on that property right now. He decided to do something a little differently, and like I said, it would have been a lot bigger if I was there. So the complaints about the size to me is kind of irrelevant. The roof deck complaints to me are irrelevant. The whole project, the whole idea that there's an appeal to me, I understand it, but he's went through, he's checked the boxes, he's marked, he's done everything that the city asked. I had to go through the same thing. It was bearing. I agree with him. We had Nancy and we all had our fun down there, and some of us didn't like each other at points in time, but we ended up with projects, in my opinion, that fit the area, that have made the area a neat, eccentric place, And unless you live there and own property in there, I don't think you really get it. It's the redheaded stepchild street, and I love the street. And I hope you guys do too, and allow him to keep going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
I'm going to continue reading from Betty's. The parking requirement is not met. As stated in the staff report, the conditional use permit specifies approval for use as a hotel and manager security residential unit. A change in use to full residential uses would not be allowed under the current or proposed new zoning code. A possible alternative would be to eliminate the living space on the first floor and make it all parking. The security lift could be made ADA accessible to the second floor. Please honor the municipal code and uphold the appeal. This reminds me of the houses they build in South Carolina along the beach in the panhandle of Florida where there's 9, 20, Anyway, I don't know everything, but I wanted to read the rest of this, so please consider it.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, come on.
Thank you, council members. My name is Andrew Goodwin. I'm the architect for this project. So in full disclosure, I have a financial consideration here. But I wanted to bring up something that's a clarification just from my perspective so that you are a little bit more educated. Hotel size has been brought up. Hotel sizes are not codified. There's no such thing in codes that say that a hotel room or suite should be a certain size. It's only dictated by the economics of a project. We're actually doing a project that is 130 rooms in Truckee right now, and the Marriott dictation of how big those are is because of what they can build and sell them for, or lease them for, or rent them for. The largest suite in the world is actually 4,200 square meters in size. So when it comes to that, I just want to bring that up, that the suite size is not codified, and that it really doesn't matter. And a lot of that conversation of size for the hotel versus how many parking spaces are allowed for it should be a consideration, because we have the same conversation as a residence that's open for a holiday where the whole family comes over, right? You can't park everybody in a family during Thanksgiving. Where do they park? So if this hotel is vacant for part of the year, or a couple days out of the week, those aren't parked. So we have to consider also that the code is talking about worst case scenarios and what do we have, but there is no codification of hotel sizes, hotel suite sizes. I'm here for a couple more minutes. I have to get home to my small girls and put them to bed. But if you have any questions about me or about the architecture and what we've got going on, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other public comment from the audience? Okay, AGP, do we have any hands up in the queue?
Thank you, Councilmember Ford. We currently have no raised hands in the queue.
All right. Okay, so at this time, I'll be closing the hearing. I'm making sure I'm doing this right, you guys. I'll be closing the hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to council for any further questions or comments of staff. And go ahead, Councilmember Linden.
I just would like, if staff could explain to me the Beach Street specific plan versus the current, could you explain? I don't know what that all means. Could you help me with that?
I don't have it in front of me, but it's an overlay area that really talks about the character of the area. So I don't think any of the parking things that were mentioned tonight have anything to do with the Beach Street overlay area, because the zoning code regulates that information.
Okay, so, but it was checked before?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's
All right.
in a PD zone and the Beach Street specific plan area and the zoning district, and all of those records have been thoroughly reviewed over all of the different variations of this project we've looked at for 2 or 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, Councilmember? Okay. Councilmember Barton, do you have any questions for staff?
No questions.
Councilmember Edwards? Okay, I have a few. I know that it was briefly covered in the report, but if maybe the chief or maybe Ms. Hubbard would like to just re-explain how the ADA space functions and if it's a requirement that it is a handicap use or if it could be used for anyone because it's a private property.
It's in the ADA's Standards and Design Guide for 216.5 that has an exception if the parking lot is 4 spaces or less. You don't have to sign it, and it can be used for other uses if there's nobody on site, a guest or a resident on that property that needs the space.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Ms. Winholtz was regarding the elevator versus lift and the accessibility to all levels. Is that something that staff can further explain or just give us more information about?
There is no requirement to have an ADA accessible lift to the upper floors. The project was designed to have ADA access in the lower level, and there's no requirement to have ADA access to the apartment unit on the top or the deck above that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Okay, I think my only other question is, it's been brought up, and it was brought up in comments that we had emailed to us, and the question is regarding actually, I think Ms. Winholtz did bring it up tonight. She was concerned about it being so close to the old zoning and then the new zoning update. And is there any overlap rules or, I mean, I'm sure if staff has approved it, then it's, but if you could further explain how that works, I would appreciate that.
So we are in kind of an awkward stage because we've obviously looked at and we're familiar with the new zoning code, but it's not certified by coastal, and so it's not effective for most projects. This project is one of those. So we review all of the standards under the old zoning code and deem it complete, and that vests it under the old zoning code.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions. Any other questions before? Go ahead.
I would just like to follow up on that. So what you just said is, it's in the old, it falls under the old zoning code, which is the current zoning code right now, and the whole thing is within the requirements of the old zoning code.
It meets all the development standards of the old zoning code, other than the one parking exception to allow compact size space.
Okay, and so we don't even need to consider the new one at all because, okay. Got it, thank you.
Okay. So I guess at this time, I would be asking if anyone would like to make a motion to, let's see here, to conditionally approve the project as is or to uphold the appeal.
I'd like to make that motion that the City Council adopt Resolution Number 4523, denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission approval of the Coastal Development Permit CDP 21025, Conditional Use Permit CUP 2107, and Parking Exception PKG 2205 for the proposed new mixed-use project located at 1175 Scott Street.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. Any further discussion? I'm really bad at this, you guys. Okay. Then I guess we're doing roll calls tonight, or not roll call, but we're doing voice vote. Okay. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay. Motion approved. And we can welcome back the mayor because thank goodness.
Thank you, everyone. And Councilmember Ford, I feel you right now. If it weren't for Kathy Novak giving me a cheat sheet, I would be struggling every meeting. So for that, I'm very grateful. With that, we'll move on to item B2, and that's the adoption of resolution directing levy of annual assessment for the Cloisters Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District. And with that, I will allow Councilmember Edwards a moment.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself from this.
I kept the seat warm for you back there. Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to our Public Works Director, Mr. Kwolek.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom, City Council, and members of the public. I'll keep this one quick. This is a annual routine item where it's the last of a three-part series of resolutions that come to the City Council in spring and summer to essentially levy an assessment on the homeowners in the Cloisters District. In April, the City Council requested an engineer's report that detailed a lot of information about how the city's relationship with the Cloisters Assessment District works, and what the original agreements were, and what work the city does for the Cloisters District, and how that's paid for. That engineer's report was delivered in May, and now that the City Council has had time to digest that, the staff recommends finally passing a resolution to levy the assessment in the Cloisters District. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kwolek? There are no questions. This is a public hearing item. With that, I will open public comment. I see no public comment. AGP, is there any raised hands?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment on the public hearing item. Bring it back to council. Any questions? I will move approval of item B2 and ask for a second.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Edwards, you're welcome to come back. Item B3, adoption of resolution directing levy of annual assessment for North Point Natural Area Landscaping Lighting Maintenance Assessment District. Again, Mr. Kwolek.
Thank you again, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Again, a quick report. We came to the City Council in April. City Council requested an engineer's report, which the city delivered last month in May. And now the city's recommendation is to move forward to pass a resolution to levy an assessment on the North Point District for the work that we performed there based on the coastal development permit that was done in the 1990s. And by the way, I just want to acknowledge that Eric Ridio prepares these reports every year, so I appreciate that. But other than that, we'll be looking for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Kwolek, and thank you, Mr. Ridio, both. Questions from council? No questions from council. With that, this is a public hearing item. I will open public comment on item B3. Seeing no public comment, AGP, are there any raised hands?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will bring it back to council, close public hearing, and I will move approval of B3 and ask for a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Kwolek. Thank you, Mr. Ridio. Are we interested in taking a very short break before we start on this next one? With that, we have item C1 coming up, which is going to be continued discussion on our intersection at Highway 41 and 1, excuse me. We're going to take a brief break before we start in on this item. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Appreciate you indulging us the break. We are going to do a continuation from our last meeting on item C1, which is intersection improvements at State Route 41, State Route 1, and Main Street. And I will turn it back over briefly to our Public Works Director. We will go back to questions from council, and I will open back up public comment and encourage those of you who already did speak. We do have your information. If you feel obliged, please feel free, but let the others maybe who didn't get a chance first. Thank you. Mr. Qualick.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. I don't have a long presentation today. I do have, well, I'll just share with you the outline of what I'll be talking about today. And while we're waiting for that to come up, I do want to also mention that we have some people in the room. We have John Rogers here from GHD, who's our consultant project manager. We also have John D'Annunzio, who is a project delivery manager at SLOCOG. We have Paul Valadeo, who is our Caltrans District 5 project engineer. Also happens to adjunct at Cal Poly in the civil engineering department. And we have Emily Creel here, who's our environmental specialist at with our environmental consultant SWCA or SWCA. We also have the city engineer Eric Ridio here, and we'll all be available to answer questions. And I just want to thank them for making time tonight to come out. So I have just a few slides. I'm going to try to keep it quick. I felt like the environmental process needed some clarification, so I wanted to offer a couple of quick slides on that. I have just the funding slides up again. I tried to simplify them a bit. I believe there's a lot of questions about that. And some of the information was received by staff as very new information for our last meeting. So again, I just tried to refine that. And there were a couple of items that were lost in translation due to no fault of anyone that I just wanted to clarify. So there's, I don't know, 3 slides in that. So quickly, environmental. In 2017, the city completed several environmental studies. That's like 20 different studies from everything from soils to noise to visual to drainage to cultural. And those were completed in 2017. Caltrans looked at the cultural study and asked the city to prepare additional reports, actually in 3 phases. I won't go into detail on that. Emily Creel is here, as is Paul Valadeo, to answer questions about that. But to suffice it to say that those additional reports took the city several years to complete. And in that time, some of the other completed studies had expired. And because of that, in that time period, some of the requirements for those studies changed, and so the city is still in the process of updating a couple of those studies. Some it's completed, but the cultural reports are now complete, and we do have Caltrans approval on cultural. It's going to be forwarded to the state's SHPO office. And we already have consulted with the tribes on that. So I do just want to get that out there. And that will be done, that will all be done by the end of the year in terms of all the other technical reports, the end of the calendar year. By early 2024, we'll be preparing our environmental documents. And right now we are assuming that for CEQA, that would be an MND or mitigated negative declaration. And for NEPA, it would be an EA or environmental assessment. It's possible that we may have to do an EIR. Right now, that's currently not anticipated. We do have Caltrans here. Caltrans did misspeak on this at the last meeting and said that we had an EIR. That's not the case at this time, and we're not anticipating it, but it is possible. So I just did want to clarify that. The good news is in spring of 2024, when the environmental documents are nearing completion, we would bring them to City Council. So did want to put that out there also. And then if the project is approved, mitigation measures will apply. I mentioned the mitigated negative declaration earlier, so that would include things like cultural data recovery, construction monitoring, and ongoing tribal consultation. I do want to point out, because I don't know that we made this clear enough at the last meeting, that the cultural work is going to be the same for the roundabout in the traffic signal, the double signal alternative. So that's environmental. Funding, I have 3 slides here. For the no build, I broke out the city's commitments because I think there were some questions about that. The city has $2.2 million in the project. 1.2 of that is through Q&E. That's been committed. $1 million is for capacity enhancements, and that is through development impact fees, traffic impact fees, and some project-specific fees. With the no-build alternative, that $1 million could be at risk depending on what we do. If we're just sort of painting crosswalks and things like that, it doesn't look like that would qualify for those funds. If we're adding a bike lane or something like that, it could. So, but just in general, we may not have enough work to spend $1 million, and so some of that funding would be at risk. And then there's a potential, and I'm kind of going out on a limb and speaking for Caltrans here, just based on my understanding of the Caltrans SHOP funds that were discussed, because part of the intersection is going under the highway and the ramps. There could be some potential, if we were doing work, to request those SHOP funds. So, you know, altogether, it's kind of anyone's guess on how much funding we currently have for a no-build alternative. I know there's discussion about potentially doing some, you know, crosswalk, things like that. So you know, just kind of speaking, maybe we'd have $1.5 million to 1.8 million or so. So that's the no-build alternative. The double signal alternative, we estimate to be $4 to $6 million in cost. I want to clarify that we've been very consistent with that estimate. At every public meeting we've been to, we've said it was $4 to $6 million range for that. Again, we have the 1.2 million in city Q&E funds committed. We have 1 million in capacity enhancements. Just because the current double signal as proposed adds lanes, it would be capacity enhancements, and we believe we could spend that $1 million on the double signal alternative. We have $2.5 million from SLOCOG STIP money, and that is potential. The reason that's potential and not committed is because currently SLOCOG is holding that for us under the assumption that we're moving forward with the roundabout alternative. We did talk to them in 2021 and said that's not a for sure thing. And the understanding we were given is that, well, SLOCOG could probably chip in around half of the cost of the project if the city goes with a double signal. However, the city would have to present its case to the SLOCOG board. And, you know, I think we'd probably get it or something near that, but, you know, it is technically not guaranteed. And so there is potential there. And then again, like with the no build, there's some potential to use SHOP funds, maybe for a bike lane that's kind of on the freeway side. So maybe 200 grand or so. Again, I'm going out on a limb on that. So in general, we have 2.2 committed for the double signal, and anywhere from 200,000 to 2.7 million potential additional money for the double signal. And then finally, the roundabout, 1.2 million again committed through city Q&E. The roundabout would qualify for capacity enhancements at about $1 million through, again, development impact fees, traffic impact fees, and project-specific fees. We currently have $5.9 million committed through SLOCOG STIP funds, and then we have 2 potential funds that are on the table. One is, and I mentioned all of these at the last meeting, $2.5 million in SLOCOG CMAC. That is something that is not guaranteed. We'd have to compete for it, but it's only competing within jurisdictions that are within the county. And, you know, based on conversations with SLOCOG, we'd have a pretty good chance of getting that. And again, if the city were to move forward with a roundabout alternative, that SHOP money from Caltrans is up to $3 million. The roundabout is the only alternative where the city would propose to move the on-ramp and off-ramp, and that's an expensive thing to do, and it includes adding retaining walls, and so conceivably the $3 million would go to that, and that's why it's made available, and it's not for the other alternative. So in summary, 8.1 committed and 5.5 potential. It's around 13.6 million if you add them together. I may have given at a late hour at the last meeting, 9:30 at night, I may have given a slightly different number. I was doing math in my head, but you can clearly see the math here. And finally, some lost in translation stuff. We're dealing with city, we're dealing with SLOCOG, we're dealing with Caltrans, we're dealing with the community and the city council and the PWAB, and some of us just kind of use different language and parlance for some of the same terms. So I want to make a couple clarifications. There was a statement made by the Caltrans representative at the last meeting that we're at 30% design. From the city standpoint, we're at 0% design. Both of those things are true. So for city, we see design as when we have a contract with the design engineer to complete a design, start to finish. We haven't started that. And so from the city standpoint, we're at 0% design. And I'll just say that's true for every capital project that we do. If we're looking at transit hub improvements or Elena Street or road work, it's the same thing. We've done environmental in those cases and sometimes preliminary engineering. We don't count that as design work at the city. Caltrans does include preliminary engineering and environmental work as design. So when Caltrans says we're at 30% design, they are looking at preliminary engineering, environmental, and plan specifications and estimates, which is what we would call design, all as one thing. And so, again, it's sort of like a potato thing. Next, there was some good questions from Councilmember Landrum about studies done in 2014 and 2016, and I apologize. We didn't understand those at the time. It may have been the late hour, but those are simply ICE Step 1 and Step 2, and so we were unable to answer those questions just so we were speaking different languages. One of the questions was what was updated since the 2014 and 2016 studies, or since ICE Step 1 and Step 2. And I'll just say we did talk about that the traffic counts were updated for vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes. We also updated level of service, collision data, safety analysis, and life cycle analysis, essentially everything that's in the table of contents for those studies. So basically we updated the whole study. Final thing, there was a survey question. We included some abbreviations in there. We did clarify it, but I just wanted to provide everything to the City Council. The survey question we presented last time was, why do you avoid this intersection? And this was given to the community, not just the high school. About 300 people answered this. We had 138 people say that they don't avoid this intersection. We had 122 say that they avoid it because of congestion. We had 33 that said they avoid it because of safety concerns, which together is 155 people saying they avoid it. And then we had 16 people say just other. And there was an additional question if you chose other on the survey. And for those 16 folks, we summarized their responses. Again, the question is, what specific concerns do you have with this intersection? And the responses were near misses, confusion at always stop as to who has right of way, too much happening in a small space, congestion, lots of pedestrians not paying attention, aggressive drivers, and that it's just dangerous. So with that, we'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kwolek. So we're going to go back to council questions before we open back up for public comment. Councilmember Landrum had not completed. I have not asked, and based on some new information that's been provided, certainly if other council members have new questions, we'll address those first. So Councilmember Landrum, do you want to go first or do you want me to? Your choice. Go ahead.
First, I would like if you could clarify the length of time that is deemed too long at these intersections. That was, I thought it was like a Caltrans, maybe not, the Caltrans,
Yeah, give me a second. At one of our public meetings, we presented the level of service criteria. And we didn't go through every little detail on that, but the typical level of service that's acceptable is D. And that requires greater than, if it's greater than 55 seconds.
longer than 55. Is there an end? Like is there?
The D category covers 35 to 55 seconds of delay, and I've heard some discussion on if that's a significant delay, and we've spent some time talking about that, and to the community, we see it as the entire volume of people that would be traveling through the intersection, and you take each person's delay and you multiply it times the number of people, and then you see this larger delay that the community experiences. So we were able to come up with a cost associated with that, but that's basically the threshold, 35 to 55 seconds.
35 to 55. Okay, and then did PWAB ever communicate with, because one of our council goals was to combine subcommittees, not subcommittees, advisory boards. And I was wondering, because it's kind of important information, when I was at the PWAB meeting, and I didn't ever hear any talk of whether where the money would come from, if it goes over budget, or if we didn't get these grants. And so I'm wondering if they ever communicated with CFAC or they had information from CFAC.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. That's certainly not something that the city gave them or my department gave them. They may have done their own research on that, but the short answer is no.
Okay, so they kind of, to me, that's like, they don't have the full information. They just have what you gave them. Did CFAC ever look at this, or did they ever weigh in on this at all?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. I recall that I was at a CFAC meeting, I want to say a couple of years ago, and there was commentary on it. I haven't heard any recently. I'm not sure if Assistant City Manager Sarah Johnson-Rios wants to comment on that.
CFAC has reviewed the budget recommendations in each year that the $600,000 annual Measure Q&E contribution was recommended as part of the budget review process.
They recommended that it go towards the intersection?
They've reviewed the citywide budget and the Measure Q&E budget, and so as you'll recall, this year there was no Measure Q&E recommended for 23-24, so I would have to go back and check the meeting minutes to recall the specific commentary on 22-23 and 21-22.
Okay, thank you. All right. In researching roundabouts, I learned that one of the cons is that they are not safe for the vision impaired. Can you speak on, can maybe Mr. Rogers speak on that?
Yeah, so I imagine you're talking about the pedestrian in this case.
Yes, sorry. Driving for vision impaired wouldn't be safe in any.
All right, so it took me a sec to get there, but in general, what we tried to present for everyone to kind of process and understand is that the time you spend in a crosswalk is the time you are in danger of having an incident with a vehicle. And the time you spend in a crosswalk with a roundabout is less than the time you spend in the crosswalk with a signal or a stop sign. So inherently, it is safer. You would have the same exact treatments. You'd have the truncated domes, which are designed for people that are starting to lose their vision. They're yellow.
typically, because that's the color that you can see most clearly when you're starting to lose your vision. They're tactile, so you can feel that, and you spend less time in traffic, so it should be safer. All the data we have shows that it's safer across the board. And in addition, you're only looking one direction. So the distance you have to look is only one direction, and it should be closer because people are approaching the intersection slower. So it in all ways that you could look at safety for pedestrians, should be safer. So I haven't seen that statistic.
Oh, okay. I saw that multiple times, but that makes sense, what you said.
If I may also respond to that, Councilmember Landrum, is we stated at the previous meeting, during design phase, we would look at all opportunities to include in our design for any of the alternatives, pedestrian enhancements for safety. And so one thing that was kicked around at PWAB, and I believe it came up at the City Council as well, is that we could have indicators that make noise. So, you can do like a push button that lets someone know it's safe to cross and has flashing beacons for cars. So, if the city went with that kind of design, which is probably not typical for most roundabouts, then, we would potentially be able to mitigate that concern.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, as for accidents with injuries and fatalities, you might not know this, but how does this intersection compare with other intersections in Morro Bay?
So we did get the data of, I think, every intersection city has right now. We did not look at every intersection, but we did look at the largest volume one, which is the Quintana roundabout right now. And in comparison to the Quintana roundabout, we are about twice as many collisions right now.
Well, I meant with injuries.
I'd have to look. I think I have it here. I can
Right.
consult
Yeah,
that.
I had that list too, but you'd have to like really break it down. Yeah, you probably don't have that. Okay, in the updated info, I guess you did mention the 3 million that is for the shop that Caltrans promised at the last meeting?
Thank you, Councilmember Landrum. I wouldn't quite say they promised it. They said that they expect to get it in February and that we would be a good contender in the case of a roundabout alternative to receive up to $3 million.
Well, I thought he said, and I clarified this, I guess I could go back and listen to it, but I thought he said, Paul, that you said that there were, regardless of the option, that money was there for that intersection.
The money is for a shop project to improve pedestrian and lighting to support pedestrian access throughout the corridor, yes. But what Mr. Kwolek is alluding to, and I'd like to clarify for the sake of your question, and great question, is because it's our policy, the ICE, intersection control evaluation, those shop funds can be fully integrated into the roundabout alternative to support pedestrian access. It would not for a signal project. So on its own, a la carte, yes, it's there for pedestrian and lighting to support pedestrian, but not integrated with an intersection that counters the Caltrans ICE policy.
And what about for the no-build option?
The no-build option would do nothing to improve or augment the stop-controlled intersection. It would only be there for the corridor to improve pedestrian and lighting improvements to support pedestrian movement at night.
So the 3 million shop funds would be available for that option as well?
No. It would be for a project that Caltrans would administer on its own, and it would value the improvements to be made for pedestrians only. It's not going to any one project other than the roundabout alternative, because our ICE, our own policy, supports the outcome of an intersection control evaluation, which has been completed since 2016.
Right.
And that was a roundabout. What is slated for the corridor is a separate Caltrans shop project to improve sidewalks and lighting for sidewalks at night.
Right, and.
Not an intersection of any kind.
Okay, that's just it's kind of like a fine line there, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, but so it's $3 million that are there for the last thing you said.
For the roundabout pedestrian improvements and pedestrian access improvements in the roundabout alternative, yes. But
Okay.
not for a signal or not for a no build.
What is the amount that is available for those two options?
Nothing.
I thought you said there are.
As
for
the slide shows, you can see it clearly, it's $200,000.
200,000.
Yes, and those would be fringe exterior improvements to a no build, or if the city pursues a signal.
Okay, well, I misunderstood you last meeting.
Yes, and yes, it was late for all of us.
Yeah.
I missed my
Yeah.
bedtime, yeah.
Okay, so there's 200,000. That's a big difference.
Yes, it's in the slides for us all to see, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What is the dollar amount that's being used for the necessity of land acquisition?
Right now, we haven't provided a detailed cost estimate because we haven't done a lot of design, but I would estimate it as $250,000 to $500,000, depending on the process that we have to follow. As you guys discussed earlier, it can go different ways during the acquisition process.
And does that includes the Highway 41 frontage, and then does it include part of that gas station property?
In the roundabout alternative, yes.
Yeah, and it also, that roundabout alternative also affects the ability to access the gas station for if you're coming from the north, the west or south.
That has yet to be determined. Right now, the driveways would remain, and we would work with the owner on what is required for their operation.
But since you can only turn one way, don't you have to make a U-turn to get to that if you're coming from?
What was done at Quintana could be done here if the owner needed it to be. We can break the median and allow access across it. It's not as good for safety, but that is what was done at Quintana.
Okay.
If I could follow up on that, Councilmember Landrum, these kinds of questions would be examined during the design phase and would be brought back to the PWEB and the City Council for review.
Well, I'm just trying to determine, like, whether the estimate, my understanding of the estimate based on, So, and then also with that land acquisition part, this is part of that question, are the potential legal fees included in this? And if so, has the number been updated to the rates we just approved?
Right now, it's a ballpark number, and we would carry a 30% contingency on the project at this phase. That's typical because all of those details haven't been ironed out. So that is incorporated in the number that you guys see.
The 30% includes the land acquisition and the legal fees, or?
30% is the contingency for the project. That would include all miscellaneous costs that can't be determined at this time.
Okay. And, okay, if the design fee is 10% of the cost, which dollar amount is used for this? Do you use the lower number or the higher number, or is it adjusted once the plan is done, or how?
As the project develops, you get better and better estimates because right now we just can't design all those details without a design, and you can't estimate all those costs. Does that answer the question?
Well, like if the design fee turns out to be, if the total design turns out to be, say, 20 million, would the design fee, because it's 10% of the cost, be 2 million, or like how?
So yeah, it's a good question, Councilmember Landrum. And at this phase, because these are pretty rough estimates, the answer is yes. If the project was 20 million, then we'd estimate that design would be 10% of that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't that like make it in the designer's best interest to make it be that much? Or?
Well, they'd be working with the city on that, and I would say that, you know, if it's a $20 million project, that means there's more things being built, and that means those things have to be designed. So it's sort of built in as a rough formula that as scope increases, there's more work for the designer, and that's why they get more.
Okay. So on my way here, I waited in the turn lane to turn left onto the southbound Highway 1 on-ramp while a cyclist passed headed east. And then a car coming from the west heading south had the right-of-way to turn onto the highway. There was no other traffic. I wonder what this will be like with lots of traffic. Have the traffic inputs leaving Morro Bay High School been factored into the traffic study and at peak times for the roundabout option?
Yeah, so what we did was we took traffic counts at the peak time, basically when high school's coming in and out, and those were increased over time to evaluate what the intersection would operate like in the future. But we do have existing data considering all the heavy traffic for the high school.
Traffic and like large school events, such like leaving large school events such as homecoming and graduation, those have been factored in?
Those are not part of the required design criteria. So large events like that are actually not permitted to be designed for. Caltrans could probably speak to that, but I did ask that, should we take counts for Memorial Day or 4th of July? And it's not economical to design an intersection for major events that happen once a year. I think they design it for the typical commute that people would experience. And so for events, you would experience more delay, and that's just part of the single event.
That's what I was trying to ask is how will that affect the, the rest of the roundabout? It will back it up in essence, right?
Based on our modeling and kind of traffic engineering concepts, there's going to be less of a backup when if there would be a roundabout than there would be if there was a signal or a stop sign, regardless of whatever traffic flows would be experienced.
Thank you. And then what is the plan if the roundabout is approved and is over budget?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. As stated at the last meeting, if the project isn't funded, then we don't start construction. And so at the end of design, we'll have a pretty good engineer's estimate of what it will cost to construct. We'll take it out to bid for construction. And this is for the roundabout and for the double signal. We take it out to bid. We see what bids we get. If our funding doesn't cover the bids, then we don't start construction. We either stop the project or we look for more funding.
And then we're just out the design fee.
Yes, I would say that we have the benefit of the product of a full design, so should the city obtain future funding, we'd be able to implement the design.
Okay. What I've learned from being on the WRF subcommittee is that grants aren't always guaranteed and that they can come with enhanced requirements for environmental and archaeological studies, which can throw off timelines and significantly add to the project's cost. We know that this is a sensitive environmental and archaeological area. We've just experienced this across the highway with the WRF project. Is there any reason to believe this outcome will be any different?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. It's a good call out. Certainly a pain point for the wharf project, environmental, SHPO, digging underground. No one could make a straight-faced guarantee about what the impacts will be to the environmental, and I'll be the first to say that. I would need a crystal ball, and I don't have one, unfortunately. But I can say that there are some differences between the wharf project and this project. Namely, we have a pretty clear idea of what the footprint of this project will be should the city go with a roundabout alternative or a double signal alternative. The wharf was kind of moving sometimes, moving target about where the pipes can go, and do we have to do a bridge over the creek or can we go underground? So that's one aspect. Another aspect is with the wharf project, at times we were digging pretty deep underground. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we would just be going a few feet underground here. How many roughly?
We'd go about 2 to 3 feet for the road construction. If there's utilities, you might have trenches that do go a little deeper.
So in general, those are things that we see as knowns right now. And so we don't expect it to look like the wharf did. That's not to say that we might not get some curveballs, but.
Okay, thank you. Has it been, well, let's.
I'm sorry, can I add one thing
Sure.
that I forgot, that Mr. Rogers mentioned to me? That area is also heavily disturbed already. And so when it comes to environmental, when you're dealing with a disturbed space, you don't encounter all of the same constraints as you do when it's just, untouched soil.
Okay. Like the bike path?
Like the pipe bridge next to the bike path, yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Has the possibility of, well, since there is a possibility of the BESS project in Morro Bay and also the offshore wind activity, has that been taken into consideration with this? And I'm wondering if we should know for certain what the outcome of these will be before we design this fully?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lander. I believe there's 2 questions there. First answer is no. We didn't account for the unknowns of the BESS or offshore wind. We have some funding deadlines that, if we were to wait for those outcomes, in some cases could take a few years. I'm not sure that this project will be on the table in the same way that it is now, with our partner agencies coming to the table with funding. I would also say, generally speaking, both a traffic signal and a roundabout would be able to accommodate trucks that would be involved in construction. So if that's a concern, I don't anticipate any issues there.
All right, and then I'm almost done. Well, this is another one. Has it been considered, since it's been identified that the Embarcadero and this intersection are the most busy, congested areas in Morro Bay, that a permanent bridge be put over the creek to handle the through traffic? And have we compared the cost of that to the roundabout?
It's a great question, Councilmember Landrum. I would say generally they're not mutually exclusive projects. Indeed, if the city were to build a bridge over Morro Creek near the Embarcadero, it could be a complementary project to the roundabout. The concept of a bridge, I've heard a lot about it the past few months. There's a lot of interest. It's not an active project that the city has right now. It's certainly something we could revisit in the future. We do know that the Coastal Commission has taken some stances along the mouth of the Morro Creek that would suggest it would be difficult to permit a vehicular bridge over the creek. Not to say that it's impossible, but because of that, I would estimate that kind of project could take 5 to 7 years to complete, start to finish. And so, yeah, if council was interested in the Public Works Department exploring that, it is something we could do. But I don't believe it's either promotes or excludes the roundabout or double signal or no build alternatives.
Okay, and I guess this one is for Emily. So when dealing with the tribes for the work that you did, can I ask what tribes you were dealing with?
Ooh, I'd have to check my notes probably, but for sure the Chumash tribes, there's at least 2 that actively engage in consultation, and in your area also the Salinan tribes.
The Salinans were, because recently in dealing with the offshore wind, they had been excluded from a lot of these kinds of things, and I believe they told me that they didn't know about this. They didn't.
Hi, Emily. I was at the meetings with Mona
okay.
Tucker and Fred Collins.
So they were,
yeah.
the Salinans were there too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Recent.
Our Terry Jocelyn Azevedo is a fantastic liaison at Caltrans. She worked with Leroy Laurie, who was the project archaeologist for SWCA. And before we did any extended phase 1, phase 2 field exploration, which is a highly sensitive effort, you do some soil churning to see if you can positively locate important resources. Our protocol at Caltrans is to consult with them, and we had in-person meetings with them out in the field. And they were also out there while the SWCA teams were physically doing that work. So not only did we hold a pre-meeting in person on site, we also, we don't do work if they're not there. We want them monitoring the whole time. So not only did they agree to the field investigation, they monitored it, and then when we completed the report, we have them review it before we send it to the State Historic Preservation Office for their review.
So they're included in the mitigation figures?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, doesn't concur or approve anything unless if that coordination happened in that fashion.
Okay, thank you. And that is it, believe it or not.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing, which is that coordination is ongoing, and it will be through the end of construction. So that tribal coordination and engagement will be an important piece, not just to date, but certainly moving forward as well.
But all the numbers have been, there won't be any more mitigation figures owed, to, or, added to this project?
That aren't already accounted for.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That just made my list a lot shorter. Okay, so I only have a few questions, and then we'll go to public comment. I will reserve the right to come back to them, although I'm sure there may be some others now based on this information. You talked a little bit about, well, a lot of it, about roundabout. I didn't hear quite as much on the other two options, but entering and exiting the Chevron station, Taco Bell, Silver City, the liquor store, all those businesses that are right there in that core, I don't know if I should be asking each one separately, are they forced into the roundabout to access those businesses? Are the residents, how is that flow going to work? Because there's a lot right there in that area of all those businesses. And also, since I'm asking for all of them, I'll include the traffic coming off of Sunset Avenue there. Can they make left turns? Can they not make left turns? Can they cross over the traffic into the liquor store, the Chevron? Can they come out of Silver City and make a left turn? How is that whole area impacted by the roundabout and the direction they're forced into or not?
So I pulled up the graphic that I can't put on the screen for you guys, but is it? Oh, great. It's not in our current slideshow. It's in the previous ones.
I know what the picture looks like. I just want to understand.
Well, as they're bringing it up, I looked at the limits of the improvements, and not only that, but the limits of the median. And again, these are preliminary. These can definitely be revised during design, but currently the improvements on the south leg end after the gas station. So there's no improvements south of the gas station. Taco Bell would be completely unchanged by the striping and hard improvements, the curbs. Things that would limit turn movements would not impact anything south of the gas station. To the east, nothing goes past Sunset Avenue with hard improvements as far as curbs go. There's striping, but there's a center turn lane. So Sunset Avenue would be the limits of the median. Again, not changing anything east of that. To the north, it does sweep around. Oh, there you go. You can see it. So there's an undeveloped parcel for the most part. We would need to work with that undeveloped parcel or the one that's operating as the propane business on the right-of-way acquisitions, and that would be part of the conversation. We'd certainly recommend that their driveways are right in and right out, it'd be safer. But if there's any difficulty in that negotiation, those could be modified during design. The gas station to the north of that would be unchanged, and I think those are all the businesses. Silver City is south of Taco Bell, so again, no change to them.
So the Chevron station, you would have to make an exception off of 41 to come across the line to turn left into there?
Those two corner properties have right-of-way acquisition, and so in that conversation is when we decide those things. We can consult with whoever wants to be involved in that process, but that's part of the negotiation. It's not determined yet. That's part of design and right-of-way acquisitions.
So theoretically, is the way it looks right now, you would have to come into the roundabout, come through it, and either come onto Main Street? Can you cross over on Main Street into the gas station there left?
Again, that's part of the right-of-way negotiation. What happened at Quintana was the median was lowered and allowed cars to turn across it. So if you drive out there, there was no impediment to any of the gas station movements out there. Luckily, here we have a lot less traffic as far as using those businesses and a lot less driveways. But we would work with each owner on their driveways and the right-of-way acquisition and determine what we have to do during design.
So just so I understand then, so you're going to come through the roundabout and it makes no effect on Taco Bell or Silver City except that the traffic's going to come through the roundabout, John, and be continual then? You're going to come through, circle, and shoot onto Main Street, right? Is that correct? Just come through, there's no stop, there's no break. Right now you stop, so there's a pause, so you can pull out. There'll be no pause. That'll just come, the roundabout flow continues, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
but
that's what, again.
I could add to that is that we anticipate better ability to make those turns than in the current situation during peak times because people are queued up at the stop sign and they do move through similar to a signal in groups. They're just coming from all different directions and going down Main Street. So you're in a roundabout situation, we're anticipating larger gaps. For instance, on the southbound off-ramp, it's going to improve traffic flow in a roundabout condition because the cars will be spaced and moving slower. So I would anticipate the same. We didn't study each driveway in our traffic study, but the southbound off-ramp is a good example of an area that we did study. And we did see improvements in people leaving the southbound off-ramp in the roundabout versus the stop sign.
So I guess that was my next question, was moving over towards the high school. And so I'm really confused with that. Right now, you come to a stop and there's a break in the traffic at the stop sign. So you have time to make a left turn out of the high school, out of the hotel, or off of the southbound exit. With the roundabout, you don't stop, so there's no break. So how is there an advantage if there's no break?
You do stop, but there's 5 other lanes that could be turning while you're stopped at the current stop sign. People could be turning right, left, or straight.
Right.
So your leg, if you're coming from the south, you may be stopped and waiting your turn. But people coming from the east would be going while you're stopped. So there's no necessary gap when people are moving through that stop sign, because they're coming from 4 different directions. And sometimes there's left turns and right turns. So during the peak movement, we see that the southbound off-ramp is working at a level of service F currently. And during the roundabout and the signal, we see improvements for that. So again, that would apply to the Taco Bell, the gas station, and I didn't study each driveway. We weren't permitted to do that.
Thank you. 5.6 million, 5.9 million, 5.6 million, whatever it is from SLOCOG dedicated for the roundabout. But we don't have a firm number on what part we would get if we need that difference of money applying for that. We don't know, as you said in the slides. So what's the plan for the funding balance? I know you said we wouldn't move forward, but you're going to spend theoretically 1.2 million on project design and try and get grant money, but if the grant money is not there and available, where's the money going to come from for the rest of the project? We're not going to just stop, are we?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wixom. I'll just play out a couple scenarios. Scenario one is we get a completed design of, and I don't want to limit my comments to just a roundabout. So, if it's a double signal alternative, we would spend city committed funds and get a design possibly up to $600,000. If the numbers didn't match up in terms of construction, we wouldn't start. Same thing with the roundabout. We could spend up to $1.2 million. Again, that's an estimate. And we could use city-committed funds for that, potentially SLOCOG money, although we'd have to go back to SLOCOG and request that. If we didn't have the money to go forward with construction, then we wouldn't do it. Another scenario is that we aggressively apply for funding once we have City Council direction. And so in the case of a double signal, we could look at things like Safe Routes to Schools programs for pedestrian enhancements and cyclist enhancements for kids going to the high school. I think it'd be a decent candidate for that. That's state funding that would be competitive. And so there's other funding sources that we could look at applying for. We can't do that right now because we don't have direction on which alternative we're moving forward with. Same thing with a roundabout. There we have some more options available to us because we've already been given a heads up about SHOP and CMAQ funding from Caltrans and SLOCOG respectively, but there's other funding sources that we could chase. It's possible that we get that money and then we can move forward with construction.
Thank you, Mr. Kolick. Next question for you, too. And you probably answered this, but with all the stuff swirling, I maybe didn't absorb it. The $300,000 plus that we've already spent on the studies and the consulting to this point, did you say that was or was not included in the projected 1.2 million cost for design if the roundabout was the chosen design?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wixom. It hasn't been included in really any of the estimates, okay. No build, double signal or roundabout. And just keeping in mind that this project has been on the books for over 20 years. I don't have a project accounting for all that here today.
Thank you. And next question would be, regardless of whether we're doing a roundabout or a signalization, whatever, will that design contract go out to bid?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wixom. Just a clarification, when we speak of bids, that's typically for construction. When we speak of consultant agreements, that's typically an RFP or request for proposal, so just that clarification. That's certainly an option. What would happen is that staff would come back to the City Council with a recommendation either to move forward with a request for proposal for design or to skip that and award an agreement to GHD. I believe we can do that because they already did win an RFP. That's how they got their current contract. There would be some benefits to going with GHD, namely that it would just be a lot faster. We wouldn't have to go through the RFP process. However, that would be ultimately a decision for City Council.
What is the proposed timeline and effect that the Highway 41 Main Street $3.5 million sewer project is going to have on this?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wixom. I would say, that really depends on the alternative that City Council decides to go with. If it's a no-build alternative, we have a lot more flexibility on, when those pipes go into the ground. If it's a double signal or a roundabout alternative, we'd want to get them into the ground pretty quickly. We haven't we don't really have a timeline for that yet, because we don't have direction on what to do with the intersection yet. But that would be a priority for us, is figuring out that project sequencing.
Thank you. I'll stop there. I do have a couple more, but I may hear them during public comment. Thank you. Any questions? Council members, before we open public comment?
I do have a question regarding, I know the school was brought up a few times. That has been a concern of mine. And I'm just curious, where does the school zone end? Like, is there like a designated area that's like within the school zone that has to abide by certain school zone standards?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford.
Sorry, I kind of threw a curveball. It popped into my head, so.
I know that answer.
Yeah.
I work for the school district. They end at. Sorry. My name's Donald Rapucci, and they end, the school property is where that ends. Anything after that is not the requirements of the school. So once they get off school property, they're on public.
I'll add that this is what we were speculating, just as you asked the question, is that the school's responsibility ends at the frontage of the school property.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all for that answer. Okay, just making sure. Okay, I do have one more question, and this is just, I guess this is for Ms. Sarah Johnson Rios, our finance director. What I don't want to just ask your opinion, but I'm wanting to feel, if we were to move forward with any one of these choices, obviously the no build financially, there's not a lot to consider, but the other two options, the double signal and the roundabout, how confident are we as a city? Okay, let me back up a little bit. I understand that we would not be moving forward if we don't have the funding, but let's say there is overruns, there is, as we get into it, sometimes those things can happen. So my question is, where would we have to pull from if we did go above and beyond the contingency fund? Like, where would that funding come from? And maybe that's to be determined later, but just if you could give me an idea.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Ford. Yeah, as Mr. Kowalik outlined, depending on council's direction tonight, staff would seek funding for the alternative that we were pursuing, and I would defer to the comments from our partners here in the room regarding their potential commitments to funding. If in either scenario we came up short, once final construction estimates were determined, then as Mr. Kowalik indicated, we would come to council and provide you with various options, including a, do not proceed option if council didn't want to identify, funding to utilize.
I'll add to that answer. One option that the city council has is requesting from our funding partners to cap the city's contribution to the project, which would ask them to, kick in additional money should unexpected cost overruns become an issue.
Okay, and I apologize. I know that you had kind of already spoke about that, but I just needed further clarification. I appreciate that. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Edwards, any questions right now? Councilmember Barton, any questions right now?
I have one question for Caltrans, and that is that our part of 41 is the end of the project that's happening back at 41 and 46. And so I'm just wondering if looking at that entire project, does that give us any additional oomph to our project or not? Is that looked at as one giant project, or is it looked at as two separate ones?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Barton. If I understand it correctly, are you referring back to the shop money? And maybe I can rely on staff for interpretation.
I'm just thinking in terms of the way that Caltrans thinks. Does it look at those two as two very important projects? I know that the years and years of accidents at the other one,
Are you talking about 41 and 46?
6, yeah.
At the Y. Oh,
Yeah.
at the Y.
And we are the other end of that, and I'm just kind of wondering about how that plays off of each other. Does it?
That's a very broad question.
I know it is, but I drive through there a lot as I go back and forth to the valley, and so I'm always happier when I get over here. And so
Me too.
it's just that I just wondered if that's a consideration for our project.
Without fully understanding, perhaps maybe the intent of the question, do they inform one another?
Mm-hmm.
We rely on many partners to come up with a traffic model for the whole county. But
And that goes beyond.
And that goes beyond the whole county. We work a lot with Slow Cog on that traffic model. And I guess to answer your question, we look at the whole county as a network of state facilities, county roads, and city roads.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say delivery of the 46 East corridor of projects has any direct influence or factors that affect the 141 Main Street intersection.
Because it's too broad.
It's too broad.
Right.
We do know that a lot of people that are safely getting through the Y, ultimately, will end up maybe in Morro Bay, maybe in Pismo Beach. And we have distribution models that look at that.
Okay.
But I think for the intent of your question, if I dare interpret it correctly, the answer is most likely not. That's the best I can do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have, working off of Mayor Wixom's last question about the sewer work that needs to be done at that area, do we have funding for the sewer work? Like, is that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. Yes, we have requested a budget for those projects. I don't remember if we did this. I don't think we did for this upcoming fiscal year, but we do have money in the budget to begin work on those projects. They're roughly at 60% design. So the city has made significant progress on them. We did take a pause on those projects because some of them are related to the, for lack of a better term, divorce negotiations with Cayuga Sanitary District, because they do have a pipe in our alignment that could be in the way of what we want to do on Atascadero Road. And so, but there may be options to progress with the project regardless of that pipe as well.
Because clearly you'd want to address that before you built a huge roundabout, right?
Yes.
You would do that, like that would be a necessity.
If the, and not just for a roundabout, but if the city council decided on direction for a double signal or a roundabout, that sewer project or both of the projects would become a priority.
Right, and they'd be done before the road work would be done for the
That would be the goal, yeah.
And is this project design bid build or design build?
That would be a design bid build. Okay. I don't anticipate any design build projects in the future for Morro Bay.
Let's hope not. With that, I'm going to open public comment. I have one speaker slip. Rita Johnson, please, and after that, it's open.
I'm Rita Johnson, and I've been a homeowner here since 2000. And after listening to the comments last time, I felt it necessary for me to say something. I just would like to refer to an observation of an intersection at Truckee going into the highway that goes around Lake Tahoe. That was a signal light. We have friends that live close by. They put a roundabout in. When the signal light was there, traffic was backed up for over a mile, and it would take like 3 lights to get through. They put a roundabout in, and the traffic flows very smoothly around there. It's slow, but it does move. And I think that's kind of what we're looking for here. I'm also concerned about traffic lights backing up on Highway 1. Not only that, we've got Main Street coming in, and the Main Street on-ramps very close. It could be a mess. Pedestrian crosswalks, I know that's really a difficult thing, but as I've been driving around to other cities, I've noticed, the crosswalks are nicely marked. I don't think Morro Bay Boulevard is a good example of pedestrian crosswalks. I mean, it's terrible, but other ones that I've seen, they look safe, and trust me, high school students will get used to those a lot better than we will, the whole roundabout situation. And there's one more item. I think it would look just really nice to have a roundabout there so we can put some kind of a welcome to Morro Bay sign. It would be a beautification thing. I mean, just imagine what it would look like if we had signal lights. It's not very attractive. And the other question I was asking about funding, I hear a lot from the community. They're concerned that we don't have funding. And after today's presentation, it's obvious that we've got funding, not all of it, but there's funding there that we can get. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you for your listening.
Madam Mayor, I have spoken on this item for about 5 seconds at the last meeting, and I would like to continue that conversation if I could.
How about it?
I'm going to be a little off target here, but I addressed it first saying that I supported the roundabout, and there's a lot of reasons for it, and staff has done an excellent job in promoting the pros and cons, and I continue to support the roundabout. Now, for another perspective, I am concerned because this intersection is the westerly node of Highway 41, which amazingly enough, Councilwoman Barton gave me the perfect segue to, because it is an important corridor that comes from Atascadero down into Morro Bay, and it comes through a large land area that is essentially, from a planning point of view, controlled by the county of San Luis Obispo. There's currently, as I understand it, I haven't seen the details, a proposal of a county project, and I won't go into detail, to extend city services out into the county to solve some serious environmental issues that exist on that property. The extension of those services would provide an opportunity for other county residents to apply for service once those services were extended. I don't have a problem with that. This intersection, when looking from the county's perspective to look at projects to be developed up the Highway 41 corridor, primarily on the westerly side, which is where the real development potential exists, solving this intersection opens the door for significant, in my opinion, development up that 41 corridor on the west side. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I tend to be a little pragmatic about these things, but I think that somebody should look at that and understand what you're potentially opening up. I think there are some people that are pushing the no-build option simply to preclude further development up the 41 corridor. It's up to you.
Mayor, council staff, thanks for the opportunity to weigh in on this. You know, I don't think I could go either way on that, but I just want it done right. I don't think there's enough information that we were given right off to make a decision on what to do with that. I'm very concerned about the roundabout and the proximity of the school and how the school interacts with this intersection. I've had kids and dropped off kids at the school, and what happens is the traffic backs up because the entrance of the school and how you drop off students and how that interacts backs up the traffic into the intersection. So it's still going to back up traffic into the roundabout. So I don't know how that solves that. So you got to factor in all these other equations into this. And so I don't think that's been studied. So my other concern is the crosswalk. If you see how that crosswalk, it is longer, so you're going to spend more time in the crosswalk. And there's little safety zones, but you know, I don't see how that's safety. It doesn't. Maybe I'm not seeing this right and how that works. But for those kids to navigate around that roundabout, there's still going to be problems with the intersection because you still have to stop to let pedestrians go around there. So that's going to back up traffic. And kids go in groups, you know, 3 to 4 at a time, and that's what makes it the traffic backup as well. So there's a lot of other issues with this, not only the roundabout, but with the signals. And I think you could put one signal there. And part of the problem is Caltrans, how they have the off-ramp, the northbound off-ramp onto 41. You know, to me, this is a Caltrans problem. State Route 1 and State Route 41, that's their intersection. That's what they should be doing. But that's all I have to say. I think we need more information on before you make a decision on that. And the budget, too. It's concerning. Thank you.
I'm the only one in this room who lives right on Main Street, 300 paces from that intersection. I have one way in and out of the park where I live. I don't have a choice of avoiding the intersection. I'm there. Mayor, thank you for asking all of those questions. My name is Linda Winters, and I am a representative to the mobile home parks. And there are approximately 5 mobile home parks right in that vicinity. There are 5 more RV parks. There is a tremendous population that lives adjacent to that intersection, north, south, east, and west. I would like that consideration to be made that all of those people that live by there are either driving or walking on or off to that intersection. If there are pedestrian crosswalks, they need to be moved away from the intersection so that when the traffic is entering into the intersection, they stop for the pedestrians before they enter the intersection. Good, bad, or indifferent, if there's a roundabout or traffic lights, the pedestrians have the first consideration. And we have a lot of children because of the school. We have a lot of senior citizens because that's where they live. And we have a lot of tourists that are coming in that want to go to the beach, and that's the highway to the beach. I don't know what else to say about it other than I hope we're all thinking about the people that live by there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bev Shaw, and we've lived here for about 16 years in Morro Bay. And we live right across from Miners up the hill, so we have to use this intersection all the time. We can't get virtually anywhere without using it. And often you try to plan your timing because you know that if the kids are on their way to school, it can be backed up for certainly more than 50 seconds. It takes quite a while to get through that intersection in the morning, in the afternoon, but especially at lunchtime. When the kids are walking at lunchtime and they're all going toward Taco Bell in mass, more than 3 or 5 in groups, it's like 50 sometimes kids, and it's a constant stream, and there's nothing to stop them, so the motorists get very irritated because they're trying to get through, and yet there's a stream of kids that don't really pay attention to the cars. They're just more concentrating on their phones, their friends, and that's their thing. So whatever we do, I think we have to come up with some solution to a way of spacing the students so that they won't be going a constant stream. Sometimes when I'm coming home and I'm coming from the south and I try to get off onto Highway 41, I can't do it because the traffic is backed up on Highway 1, and you can see that it's going to take a very long time. So I don't even try. I just go up to San Jacinto and get off up there because it's so much faster. So the no-build option to me is really not going to be good, because as we get more and more people in that area, more poor people living there, and more and more people staying in hotels, like the new hotel that's about ready to open, and the 35 units that are opening up, I think this month, of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. That's lots more cars that are going to be using on a daily basis, people that live there. We just have to do something, and I think that the double stoplights is just going to back things up even more, because you've got people waiting constantly for their turn. And in a roundabout situation, if everybody can move slowly, you're going to get through it more quickly. My one concern is how to control the stream of students during those peak hours at the school. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
First of all, sorry if I broke protocol. First, I actually live near the current roundabout. People do not slow down. I suggest you try to walk that during a busy time. They're supposed to yield, they don't. They actually speed up. When you are looking at a group of kids, and I worked at Morro Bay High School for 22 years, when you're looking at a group of kids, they are going to, some of them follow it, most of them are going to just cut right across that roundabout. That's just the way they are. We can't really control what they're doing. What we can control is how many times those cars are stopping. At least currently with the no build, you're having people coming to a semi-full stop. With the roundabout, my concern is it might slow them down, but they're not going to be stopping. And then the last point that I want to point out is there's too many ifs in this thing about the roundabout. Well, if it's this, there's always going to be overcosts. So do we have that kind of money right now to build on something that with all these ifs? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jamie Irons, resident of Morro Bay. I'm here to encourage Council to go with the roundabout option. I've submitted comments both at the past meeting and this one as well, and it was coincidental that we were traveling up in the Tahoe area when Ms. Johnson submitted some comments about friends that were in Truckee. So I'll respond to that because I think it's important. When we were up in that area, we traveled through that with our travel trailer, no less. And as Mayor Wixom, as you were describing the navigating to get to the gas station, I was thinking to myself, I just experienced that same thing up there, traveling with an Airstream or travel trailer, no less. If I were to go through that intersection with a travel trailer, I'd simply go into the roundabout, pull all the way around, and cruise into the gas station. If there was an intersection, I would just drive on by. I wouldn't go. Same thing with people in the Taco Bell of that area. you don't have to worry about cross traffic. All you do is turn right, you go into that roundabout, you circle around, and off you go. In my opinion, it's the best option. I ask that you proceed with that option. It's a design, bid, build project, so there's a lot more knowns. If we start comparing to the WRF, which was a design build, you're narrowing on all the estimates, the accuracies of that, and I just think the best option for us is the roundabout, and I would ask that you all to go in that direction. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor Wixom, for allowing further discussion on this topic. I know, I forget I don't have legs. It's really much appreciated. And I know that your direction on this decision is, for, number one, safety for the citizens of this community and for our guests, our very important guests. In between, 2 weeks ago, I've been able to talk to a friend who is a Caltrans, retired now, civil engineer, supervisor, covering much of California in his long career. And I wanted to get just his insight on this. He does agree with that, with a roundabout. There is this steady flow. There are going to be more accidents because of this flow, but there are going to be less serious accidents. So that was one of his considerations from his background. Regarding patient safety, he saw the roundabout being the tendency for the drivers to be watching the traffic more than the pedestrians. And I think that's where a lot of us are thinking about these pedestrians that are going to become even denser in this area to new construction and new tourists. One of my, experiences when I do a roundabout, I just feel like there are so many moving parts to look at and consider. It's hard to then, the pedestrians sometimes are not quite in my focus. So I agree with how he is, this Caltrans engineer is seeing this, that it can be a safety issue. So for our walkers. So thank you for allowing this.
Betty Winholtz again. I'd like to, personal experience based on what Ms. Wall just said. I was coming through the roundabout this morning, coming off the highway into the roundabout. There was a red car coming from Albertsons on Quintana, a woman, and she was looking at me and I was looking at her to see if she was going to cut in front of me, and she did not know there was a pedestrian to her right. And if that man had not been running just on his own, not because of her, she could have hit that guy. Because she was watching me, she wasn't watching to her other side. So just more, maybe anecdotal, but realistic information that happens around here in terms of roundabouts and why I'm in favor of the no change to the configuration, but enhancing pedestrian safety. Often we, Santa Rosa and Foothill, you wait for at least 60 seconds there before you can get through a light. So waiting 55 seconds to get through at the intersection at 41 and Main is no big deal to me. I'm surprised that you could do an MND with a SHPO involvement. I would think you would have to do an EIR if SHPO's involved. I just wanted to put that out there. I also want to say that, you know, the peak times are 2 hours out of a day. So 22 out of 24 hours, you're not going to run into a problem here. And so it's such a limited amount of time. Do we want to spend 12 million plus money on 2 hours a day? 91% of the time, it's not an issue because it's not peak time. That's like on a test. I'm a tutor. 9 out of 10 questions you get right. You know, you're sailing. 1 out of 10 you've missed. So I happen to go there one time for lunch. You know, that's me not remembering to not go during the kids' lunch. So I don't know that it's worth it to spend this kind of money on such a little amount of time that the intersection doesn't work. I brought up, or it was brought up, and I appreciate that the sewer is going to be done around there. Don't forget Kalinga is now involved with us. Are we going to be putting more pipes, not just through there, but then up 41? Is that part of this issue that's been examined or not examined? Was there one more point? I think that you've heard pretty much everything. So thank you, and please do the no build. Keep the configuration, enhance the pedestrians.
Good evening. Tonight I'll say my name. Linda Donnelly. In the recent city manager's update, he states, and I will quote a portion of it, "The city was able to adopt a balance and positive budget for the next year based, including investments in this infrastructure. That was possible using unspent and unavailable funds from prior years." I don't know where they found any available money because of all the stuff we've been doing with the WRF, but he didn't say that part. However, in the midterm and long-term financial forecasts, there simply is not enough revenue to cover the cost of both the services and the maintenance of public facilities and infrastructure. End quote. I do not know how you can possibly move forward with an approval of something not now necessary and with a cost of an estimated $12 million when our city is hurting so badly for dollars. Choosing the no option is not really doing nothing. It will bring lighting of the crosswalks as well as lighting under the overpass, we have been told. As I understand it, some of our state highway account money meant for Morro Bay will now be obligated to improving this California state highway intersection. Our state highway account money should be going towards street repairs elsewhere throughout the town. The highway intersection improvements will most likely benefit the state, making it a gift to them from our city coffers. The city's state highway account money, gas tax, goes directly to the city to pay repairing our roads and streets. By taking the SLOCOG gas tax money, it is robbing our town of severely needed funds to repair our roads and streets and instead obligating it elsewhere. And today, I was trying to get gas at the mobile gas station by the roundabout and on Morro Bay Boulevard, and I needed to make the left-hand turn, and someone coming directly at me tried to go the other way, and we almost crashed. So, so all of this said, just because the former director of public works / city engineer left a laundry list of stuff to do does not mean we have to finish it, especially if we do not have the funds. So in other words, through all of this that I've just said, the state is getting the city to pay for its mess that they would not fix themselves. Why is that? Thank you.
Hi, I know I spoke before, but it seems like every time we turn around, like even what the attorney said tonight, there are so many unknowns of cost with this roundabout project. And I've just gotten involved, as you guys all know, in the last year or so, but it just feels like you've got these walls of all these people that have these government consulting jobs, and they make up their mind before they get here, and I just want you to hear all of us. I can tell you I've talked to at least, I'd say 50, 60 people, and you can't get people to come here and stay until 9 o'clock tonight and speak. And I couldn't, they said, oh, I'll write a letter, but they didn't write a letter. Out of all the people I've talked to, and that's a lot because I got a big mouth and talk to a lot of people, all over the county I talk to people because I work all over the county. And only 3 people said they wanted a roundabout that I talked to, and they were all from the Northeast. And I said, well, were any of those roundabouts near a school? No. So I just want to keep continuing to say, please don't put our city in debt. They're even telling you, we don't know how much it's going to cost. We'll stop construction if we don't have the money. Well, why spend that money when we have roads to repair? And today, I'm going to give an example too. I went through the roundabout. This truck is coming straight at me. There's a pedestrian here, and it was like just almost an accident between me and this big truck and this pedestrian at Morro Bay Boulevard turnaround. So again, I got a lot of people standing behind me that didn't show up, that don't want a roundabout. Please consider safety, and I really appreciate what Mr. James said about, and oh, the man that worked at the school. Anyway, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? AGP, do we have any raised hands?
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. There are currently no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment on this public hearing item and bring it back to council. We have any further questions before we move into discussion and comments? Questions?
I would like to know if the, building off again of my last question, if the Rancho Colina, any of that work would be impacting this intersection?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. Short answer is it's too early to tell. A lot of it depends on unknowns, as has been mentioned. It could potentially.
Okay. And then how much, this isn't included, or I didn't see it included in any of the figures, but do you have any idea, or has anyone figured out how much it would cost to do pedestrian safety measures if we opted for a no build?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. We don't have any specific safety measures that we've analyzed yet, so no. That's something that, you know, should the city council move forward with a no-build alternative, we would begin doing.
So when you're comparing the lights and the roundabout and the 3 options, you give prices for the roundabout and the lights, but not for the no build.
That's correct. That's because we don't have a clear plan on what we would do, other than that we'd look at the intersection during the local road safety plan process, which should be upcoming this calendar year. And then we'd come back with projects there, and you know, we'd potentially use the Q&E funding that's already dedicated for this intersection. Should the council desire that, we could look at some other potential funding sources as well, depending on what specific proposals we have there.
And also, it was a council goal to restripe the sidewalk, or the street striping on the street, so that potentially that money could cover some of that no build option.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councilmember Edwards?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up if I heard Ms. Winsholtz correctly, and maybe this is for you, Paul, with regard to an EIR and SHPO. You could.
Thank you very much for the question. We go to SHPO for concurrence on cultural-related work and effort routinely for projects that are mitigative negative declaration or EIRs. So mitigative declaration, negative declaration, and environmental impact report is a California Environmental Quality Act determination. It doesn't necessarily indicate or is a bellwether on whether or not SHPO is involved. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it did. And then I was curious, I don't know if this would be a question for you or for Mr. Kwolek, with regards to who would be handling service and maintenance of either a double signal or roundabout or even pedestrian modifications, anything.
That's a great question, Councilmember Edwards. I had this conversation with Caltrans today, actually, to make sure I understood it. In general, the city has a maintenance agreement with Caltrans that requires the city to maintain several of the connectors to the one highway on the south part of the city. Does not include this intersection. And so that would be a negotiating point, regardless of which option the city chose as to what future maintenance looks like. Of course, we wouldn't be able to begin those negotiations without direction from City Council on the alternative.
Thank you.
I don't remember who it was. It was so one of the community members. I can't go back and read my notes right now. It would take too long, but asked that we walk through the intersection ourselves. And I just want to let you all know that I did that. Last week, I did that with a friend, and we walked that intersection around and around. And it was kind of adrenalizing. Like, I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride or something. I kind of liked it. But I thought it was a little scary, I have to say. I was wearing a bright red sweatshirt, so I was probably really easy to see. I should have worn like gray or something. But it was, he kept grabbing me, and he seemed worried about me. But it was kind of scary, and I can't imagine kids, having to do that, especially, when they're not focusing and stuff like that. But so I'm concerned about how the traffic works with the turning into the gas station or like so if you have to make a U-turn to do that, right? If you're coming from like the high school and you want to go to the gas station, you couldn't turn into the gas station. You couldn't turn left into the gas station. You would have to turn onto Main Street towards Taco Bell and make a U-turn, right? And then turn right into the gas station. And that to me is more dangerous. That just adds more danger to the pedestrians. And
it's easier to see on a site plan, but the gas station has a driveway off of the 41, so I would probably choose that one if I were using the gas station. So if you were leaving the high school, you could go straight down the 41 and hang a right into
and
the
then
driveway.
turn a right, unless there was traffic. If it was blocked, or it wouldn't be blocked, let's see. No, I guess you'd be going in that other lane, okay.
It's easier than a site plan, but yeah, in that instance, that's what I would recommend. I would think most people would choose that.
I thought I saw somewhere in there that you had to make a U-turn, or that you might possibly have to make a U-turn. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think, okay. If you're coming in from Atascadero, maybe that's the U-turn that you would be looking at. There is another gas station on the other side if you hang a right on Main Street, so you might go there. And if you're coming from Atascadero, you could turn right on Main Street, and there's a different gas station
That other
there.
gas station.
And the U-turn that Mr. Rogers is referring to, that would be a U-turn in the roundabout. So if you're coming from Atascadero towards the one, yeah, you'd basically do the entire roundabout and come back and then make a right into the gas station directly.
That's true.
And to redirect people to the other gas station after taking land from the Chevron station, how likely do you think they are to agree to that $200,000 price, $200,000 to $500,000 price, including the Highway 141 frontage necessary?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Landrum. I would prefer not to speculate on a situation that could involve negotiations. We wouldn't want to interfere with potential negotiations or sway future negotiations, but I would say that, these things are pretty routine in terms of land acquisition when it comes to these sorts of projects.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it's that time to head into discussion and see if we can get everyone's comments in before we move to a motion, hopefully. Who would like to lead? Councilmember Edwards?
Sure.
Sure.
So I had a criteria of recommendation that I was looking for when I was determining which direction I wanted to go with this. And it's been weeks of me researching, making phone calls, researching again, watching YouTube videos, everything I could possibly look at. And so some of the areas that I went to in my mind were pedestrian safety, of course. We've identified several pedestrian modifications, everything from bumps to flashing beacons. We've identified that we can have safe usage education for both vehicles and pedestrians. We've considered Morro Bay High School's government student body was in favor of a roundabout. We have a closed campus, which would definitely help on the table. And we've considered all community members and tourists alike, at least I have. When it comes to congestion, this was another area identified in a survey as well, and capacity is something that was really specific here. And we are having a larger capacity on the horizon with the opening of a Hampton Inn, the Haslow Housing Project, and I also looked at our sister connector, which is the Highway 101 and 41, which is already, in my mind, being challenged. The Highway 46, 101 expansion, which has now been cleared for its roundabout. I went to cost then, and I said, we have money now in order to unlock money with partners like SlowCog, and now Caltrans has offered an additional $3 million to help us with our pedestrians, our seniors, our tourists, anybody walking through either a double signal or a roundabout. I'm satisfied that there are state monies and programs like CMAC available for us and other pedestrian safety opportunities, including for school and pedestrian safety. My fourth area was the experts. I think that having a level of service of an F is unacceptable at any intersection, especially an intersection in our community. When we're talking about everybody's safety, both vehicle drivers and pedestrians. A double signal for me seems to be too costly. We put that in the long run, we end up having to remove it. It's something weighing on my mind this entire time, along with people running lights, trying to get to school or trying to get to work or wherever they're going, either direction. Seemed more dangerous to me in my mind, so that weighed heavily in my thoughts. Number 5, police and fire both indicated response times would not be affected or impaired. This was comforting, knowing that they are the ones who go out every day to make sure that our community is safe, and that if somebody is in dire need of help in their home, that they are able to get to someone. And number 6, at least 2 PWABs, which I think it's still important, and one of our council's goals that we set is to listen to the input of our committees, of which PWAB, two PWAB groups or committees over the years, both voted for the roundabout, and one council. So putting that all together, I do want to make a motion right now, if I may.
You don't want to wait and allow the other council members?
I would like to.
Okay.
If I may, we can have more discussion. So I'd like to recommend the staff's recommendation of the roundabout alternative to Caltrans for approval. If approved, direct staff to begin design phase and pursue additional funding opportunities. Additionally, I'd like to, one, ask to recommend staff to include a simulation and educational materials for both vehicles and pedestrian usage of the roundabout in the design phase. And I'd also like to, at this point, cap the city's funding at $2.5 million to meet the release of the slow cog money.
I don't remember. Can you? That's a lot.
So I'm going to repeat the motion. I'd like to recommend staff's recommendation of the roundabout alternative to Caltrans for approval. If approved, direct staff to begin design phase and pursue additional funding opportunities. Additionally, I'd like to recommend staff include a simulation and educational materials for both vehicle and pedestrian usage of a roundabout in the design phase, and also to cap the city's funding at $2.5 million.
That include the, does that?
Have a motion, do we have a second?
I will second that.
Discussion.
Does that funding include the design?
That's the funding that we've been required to bring to the table to unlock the slow cog money
Okay, because
of the 5.9.
wouldn't that be a lot of that potentially be, especially with all those additional things that you've added, wouldn't that be possibly the total, the 2 million could be the cost of the design itself?
Well, that's why we're discussing this. Yeah, that's why we're putting this out here. Yeah, I just wanted to make a motion so that we could discuss it. Yeah.
Councilmember Ford, discussion, comments.
Yeah, well, you said a lot of my thoughts, Councilmember Edward, but I'd like to add that in the design process, I want to make sure that we really are considering those ripple effects of some things that were mentioned tonight about the entrance and exit of the high school, and what not just what's happening within the intersection, but what happens once you leave that intersection and how it affects those entrances and exits. And so I hope that during that design phase, if this motion goes through tonight, that will definitely be considered in that design phase of the surrounding areas and those effects, especially the high school. That's it.
Good. Councilmember Landrum?
I would say, so I'm just confused. You're wanting to make a motion on this and this project that is so kind of iffy, really, like from what we've heard tonight as far as the costs. You're comfortable, I find it hard to believe that you're comfortable doing, taking such a financial risk for the city, for the people that live here, knowing that potentially, I mean, as I brought up, what kind of a business owner do you think would allow, just say, oh yeah, take my front of my gas station and modify the entrance to it while you're at it so less people can get in, and they're going to do that for 200,000 to 500,000, including the 41 frontage. I mean, I just find that like so loose of an estimate, and I'm surprised that you would think that is.
Well, we're discussing, so if
Right,
it's not
well,
a
that's-
piece that you're comfortable with, we can.
Right, well, that's what I'm asking, is
yeah.
like, how does, like, can you explain? Because I did a ton of research on roundabouts too. I went down the rabbit hole. Like I said, I walked the current one just so I was familiar with how it felt. I watched videos like you did. I did everything I could. Let's see, I have it in here somewhere. I stopped in and spoke to the high school principal. I wanted to get everyone's feedback. I didn't want to just have a biased opinion about this. I sat through all of the Public Works presentations on this intersection. I've studied other intersections I've encountered. My conclusion with it all is that definitely a roundabout is much safer than a signal. I think a signal would be very dangerous. I spoke to Rick Deschler, who served on PWAB in 2000 when this project was first brought up by Duke Energy. He said at that time it was to make it easier for their trucks, and he was also on PWAB in like 2015 or 2016 when it was brought up again. And he changed his mind about this intersection because I asked him whether PWAB had the financial part added to it, and he said no. He had no idea of how that would affect the city, the residents financially, and that's what made him change his mind. I even called and had a really long conversation with Mayor Brainerd of Carmel, Indiana, which is the home to the most roundabouts in the United States, to get his feedback. And it makes a lot of sense why they have so many roundabouts there. They've almost replaced all of their signals with roundabouts. So I think roundabouts are great versus signals. I think signals, that's what people are seeing, is that it really improves the intersection over signals. But you are still moving in a roundabout, and right now the way it's set up is you're at a complete stop. You come to a complete stop. And I think that you're more engaged when you're at a complete stop. You have to look the other drivers in the eye to make sure that they're not going to go, because it's kind of like a game of chicken sometimes. And then that enables you to look around and see the pedestrians. And I just think that it's just you're kind of, in a way, you're more cautious in a roundabout. The way it is, and weighing that with the unknowns of the costs, I think that's a little bit, it seems a little bit reckless, to, no pun intended. And also knowing that that we're talking about waiting. The reason that this has, from how I understand it, the reason that this is brought up was because it wasn't for safety. It was for the inconvenience of people waiting 35 to 55 seconds. And I just think we could all be a little bit more patient and, realize that, during those peak times, if we happen to end up at that intersection, take a deep breath, breathe, and realize you live in Morro Bay, and, it's all going to be okay. I can't, I'm not understanding how the unknowns of the roundabout are so comfortable for you.
I did a lot of research because I wasn't comfortable with a lot of this, right? So I kept going. And I had the opportunity, because we continued to continue researching. And I kept coming back to a couple things. One, that for me, I am always looking at our community holistically. I'm kind of like, I always say 30,000 feet is never far enough up for me. And essentially I'm seeing us, with any type of development, whether it's downtown, and looking at housing or commercial, or we're looking at the Embarcadero, or we're talking about the Vista property, or we're talking about anything going on in this town. I am the type of person where instead of looking at one development at a time, I am looking at the whole thing. So I am seeing, as I was looking at this intersection, I'm seeing future capacity issues. And I'm saying that I feel that when we're already at a level of service with an F, and the experts are telling me, of which I'm not an expert, I'm not an engineer, I want to take that, seriously. And I have in motioning this way for the roundabout. And I feel that if we do this project, I'm looking at future traffic circulation within our community already in a holistic way. I feel like I'm watching things, other cities where they put in double lights or they did something different. I feel like, build out a lot of things to me are incongruous. So I think that I was just seeing this from a larger level and not just this intersection. We have other intersections in town that I can't imagine that their level of service is more than an F, and that worries me and concerns me all the time. And I've talked to people about Beach and Embarcadero. How are we going to get to start figuring out how to handle the rest of our intersections if we don't figure out this one? So that's where I don't feel reckless. I feel that I've really well thought this out.
Well, if you look at things from such a high vantage point, and you like to think ahead like that, how do you rectify the fact that the underground work, the sewer work, and the Rancho Colina lines haven't been factored in and would have to be dug up?
Again, it's
into the project that is the roundabout, which sounds like it would possibly go before that. And then what about, if you like to look so far ahead, how do you factor in the potential for the BESS project, and how do you factor in, things like that?
I'm trying to figure out another way to explain it.
That would be more, that's more, it's not factored into the roundabout. That wouldn't necessarily, I'm just saying that the motivation to improve the speed at the are you motivated to improve speed at that intersection? What is your motivation? Because it doesn't sound like just doing a roundabout will solve that problem. You won't stop, but it sounds like there's a lot of ways that it could still back up.
I'm going to ask to circle back to the motion so that we're not going to debate this and keep the questions focused on the motion.
Okay.
Can I ask really quick of Mayor, just for clarification, if you are against traffic lights, but you're for roundabouts, but you're not sure of certain things, are you willing, just before we move forward with this motion and we vote, is there any amendments that you want to suggest, or are you just no way?
I would, let's see. Well, I don't know how can you read the end of yours about the simulations?
Yeah, it's basically in the design phase, which I believe staff would bring back to us, would be for us to see a simulation of the workings of the roundabout that they design, and to also include educational materials for pedestrians and motorists, so that we would be able to have whether it's YouTube video or a pamphlet. I've seen multiple things, including Carmel, Indiana's videos.
again, where they replace their lights. I could, I mean, you don't have any idea how much the simulation aspect will cost. I could, like, maybe if we could, I might consider it if we could make sure that there's every considerable traffic slowing enhancement, from flashing lights to speed bumps to police enforcement with tickets on every leg coming into the intersection. Would you consider that?
So you're talking about pedestrian calming factors, you want to
Yeah,
include it in.
pedestrian calming.
Let's simplify it, not
Yeah.
get
Well, I'm just giving
pedestrian calming,
examples of, you know,
pedestrian.
specific examples of what.
Are you asking us to amendment to maximize the amount of pedestrian
Yeah,
safety features
definitely.
that are currently in existence that could possibly happen in a roundabout? Is
Wait,
kind of
what?
what it sounded like to me.
I would assume those would be, part of the,
Well, they're
The
not,
design
they're
phase.
not at the other, the one
I
that,
would think they would be part of the design phase.
oh, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Well, I don't know that you need to amend, I would defer to Mr. Qualick to clarify if that's part of the scope.
Thank you, Mayor Wixom. As already mentioned, staff will look at all safety elements for pedestrians, regardless of the alternative that's chosen. Certainly, if the city council wanted to put that request into a motion, I don't see a problem with that. We plan on doing that anyway.
Thank you. Comments?
Which kind of brings us back to the,
You're not on? Your microphone's not on?
oh, it is on, I'm just
Okay.
talking into it. That kind of brings us back to the recommendation here is a simpler a way to touch on the issues and recommend some of the, for city staff to work on design, which they're going to do anyway, but we can add in some of the things that have come up. So I think maybe there's a way to use the motion here, just as a different possibility.
I'm not the motion maker, so that'll be up to them. Anything
Right,
else
I
you
know.
want to add to that?
No, I think to me, it's fairly clear, and it allows some expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, totally agree. Sometimes adding more makes it more complicated. So I'm going to be sounds like I'm going to be the lone wolf here because I'm not going to support this project. No surprise there. I don't believe there's congestion there that validates spending $12 million to alleviate it. I live there. I've lived there for 25 years. I drive that intersection every day, 363 days a year, twice a day. I took 3 kids to the high school for over 7 years, and I've never had to wait more than a minute or two at that intersection, so how spoiled should I be? Because I drove through San Jose and sat in traffic for hours, so waiting at the intersection for a minute or two is nothing compared to spending $12 million to alleviate that problem. My top 2 priorities for that intersection are pedestrian safety and the cost to this community. And I believe the community is fatigued over the last 5 years of having our streets torn up from the sewer and millions of dollars of debt service. Don't clap, thank you. I appreciate it. That's been created because of that. We're obliged to pay over 30 years, adding a roundabout with no guarantee for additional outside funding, deeper indebts this community. Knowing what happened with the cultural resources, the eminent domain, adding time delays and extreme costs to the projects, tearing up this intersection will disrupt the community for the next 2 or 3 years, if not more, and cause harm to the businesses that we claim we support and the residents that are in that direct location. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm pro-business and cause harm to those businesses. The roundabout at the boulevard works great where it's located next to gas stations, but there's very little pedestrian traffic. So Somebody mentioned to me, there used to be flags there. Forgot about that. Forgot about there was flags there because it was so unsafe to cross. Yet we're going to put this right down by our high school. There's, congestion twice a day. They're looking at closing the campus potentially, peak hours. I mean, again, 2 minutes, a minute, and 55 seconds, and we're going to spend $12 million or more. So I have a problem with the talking about the aesthetics of that area and how we need to enhance it. Yet I heard at the last meeting that we were going to put up concrete retaining walls. So I'm not sure how that's part of a beautification project. To me, it's more of an LA look. So I feel the studies that have been done, a lot of them don't have aspects that relate to Morro Bay community. They're more national or local data. And the life cycle costs are subjective. So the argument that the reduction of emissions will become a moot point as California is moving to electric vehicles. And when the funding is not received from outside sources, and my fellow council members look to Measure Q&E, I will remind you of this very meeting, because you will take money from streets and public safety to backfill it if that money is not there. That is my comment, and please feel free to complete your motion unless there's a change.
I think you misunderstood me. I never said I would. I would
sorry.
I would agree to that motion. I just said if I were to ever consider it, that would be what I would have to have. I would like to say that when I was campaigning, I went door to door throughout our town and hung out at the farmers market on Thursdays in the afternoon, and I talked to a lot of people. As far as physical wants for the city, I heard people asking for improved infrastructure, work on the harbor infrastructure, better roads and sewer lines that didn't leak. Nobody ever said anything about this intersection. Not one thing, nothing. And I consider myself an expert with regards to knowing how this intersection works, because I too currently have to leave it every time I leave and return to my house, which is multiple times a day. Not only did I attend Morro Bay High School myself, my kids did too, giving me the experience of being driven to school myself and shuttling my kids to and from school during peak times. Until I got my license, I had times that I had to walk to and from school, and this was before the bike path was there, so you had to cross multiple intersections. And on occasion, I walked to the markets at lunch. My kids did these things as well, and I never at any time feared for my life or that of my children. And I wonder what has changed. The population hasn't really changed. The school population might have decreased, actually. In all of the presentations I've seen, the no-build option has received very little attention. The focus has been on the difference between the signal and the roundabout options. I told you I stopped and talked to the principal, and he told me that the high schoolers that were part of the students who voted were shown the benefits of a roundabout over a signal, and they were swayed to the roundabout option because that is logical. He in fact told me, and I know this to be true from my own experience with my grandchildren, that all schools at drop-off and pickup are busy, no matter what kind of intersection you have. Also, this intersection is like 1/8 of a mile to the beach, and any intersection that close to the beach is going to be busy, no matter what kind of intersection it is. The problem here mainly is that the community has been activated. They've been led to believe that there's a huge problem and something has to be done. And I've gone down the rabbit hole, I told you, I've done all of that research. I just don't think that this 35 seconds to 55 seconds is justification for this. We're creating a problem. We're trying to solve a problem by creating a problem. It's proven to be a safe intersection. I've analyzed the possible injury resulting accidents at this intersection given to me by Chief Watkins. And from this, I've learned that from 2000 to present, which is 23 years, there have been only 10 potential injury-causing accidents at this intersection. And I know at least one of those was at midnight. And late at night, the others at late at night. So that could have, I think that could have happened anywhere. There's not very much traffic there that late at night. 10, while the entire city of Morro Bay, there have been 702 in that same 23-year period. This is a minute percentage. 95% of the time I travel through this intersection, I wait 1 to 5 seconds. If I do find myself here at peak times, even then, it's not for longer than a minute. What going through this 4-way stop sign does is engage the driver. It really requires that you are alert and aware and look all the other drivers in the eye. It requires you to be extra cautious, especially with all of the pedestrians, skateboarders, and cyclists. With the 2 other options, you wouldn't necessarily come to a complete stop. The signal could cause someone hauling down the 41 to try to floor it to make the yellow light. I personally find myself switching on to autopilot when going through signals, as you just trust the signal. So that the signal to me is very dangerous. And that really could be somewhat true for the roundabout with regards to speeds coming down the 41. Are there things that we could do to improve the safety of this intersection? Definitely. One of the council's current goals, painting and restriping, is desperately needed here. And considering the high pedestrian usage, I wonder why it hasn't been a priority in the past. I have no doubt there are many other effective traffic calming and safety enhancing solutions, such as improved signage and sidewalk crossing enhancements. The development fees could be used to do these types of things, as well as some of the 200,000 Caltrans has promised at the last meeting. But it just, let's see, if this is about safety, and I very much care for the safety of our population, our own records show that this intersection is relatively safe. If this is about traffic delays, couldn't we all just be a bit more patient and realize that 60 to 90 seconds of inconvenience isn't really that awful of a wait? I'll go back to the beginning and remind you that when campaigning, not one person asked for a roundabout. They complained about the sewer rates costing more than was originally told to them, and about that project taking longer than they were promised. They asked about harbor and road infrastructure, repairing streets, and questioning the safety of road disrepair. I found in campaigning there was low trust in projects coming in at the estimated cost. Residents of Morro Bay feel gun-shy about these types of projects due to their recent experiences with the wharf. My experience being on that subcommittee has shown me that projects in this area are likely to cost much more and take longer than expected. I know that it's tempting with grant money dangling in front of us to leap in, but let's not bite off more than we can chew. Let's be responsible and look out for the pocketbook of our residents.
Thank you. With that, we're at 9:30. I'll ask council permission to finish this item. Yeah. Thank you. So if there's no more discussion, there's a motion and a second on the floor. So I will ask for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No.
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Council declaration of future agenda items.
I have a future agenda item. Sorry, everyone. I know everybody wants to go home.
Need to be sorry.
I don't know if everyone is familiar with who Race Matters Slow is, but Courtney Hale contacted me and asked if our city would be interested in supporting a sponsorship for their organization is putting on something that's called Braiding Water. It's a project that they're going to be doing throughout the Central Coast. And going back to what RACE stands for, it's responsibility, action, culture, and education. And with that being said, this project is basically going to be a cultural experience exploring and expanding our connections in water with the Central Coast. And so I don't know if anyone's listening to me up here. It's okay. Can we continue, or are we, no, you're totally fine. I just want to make sure. And so essentially, Race Matters SLO came to us and asked if we would like to sponsor them because they're doing this project throughout the Central Coast. And what it does is it brings light to experiences of local Black, Indigenous, and other people of culture. And the project is also supported by California Humanities and also the SLO Museum of Art. And so anyway, they're going to be in Morro Bay for one of their events, and they'll be at the Bay Theater in September, and they're going to be showing a film screening called Discussion of Wade in the Water, A Journey into Black Surfing and Aquatic Culture. And they'll be doing other things like a YTT tribal led hike in Point Bashan, and there'll be like a beach cleanup, and there's a lot of different things that they're doing. So that was a long way of saying I think it's a project that is worthy of consideration for a sponsorship. They have all different levels. I'm looking at just the smallest level of $1,000 that would be designated out of our $60,000 in community grants that go towards this project. And so I would like to request that staff bring this back to us in the very first meeting of August, and I'm sorry for that because I know it's going to be a really big meeting and full meeting, but because they'll be making their, if we decide to move forward with the sponsorship, our city logo could be on their, like their banner and the things that they print out. And so we need to give them enough time for that. So I'm just asking for your support to have this brought back to us for consideration.
Are you going to do the work for it? Because the
Yeah.
agenda's already pretty loaded.
Yeah, and I can,
Okay.
I will assist with this and
Bring it back for an item to be heard.
to be considered.
Okay, I'm fine.
Do I have?
I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah, it's just the council support.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Anybody else with a future agenda item? Okay, with that, before we go, we're going to kind of circle back real quick, and Laurel?
Yes.
She needs your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
They couldn't hear.
I think we just went a little too quick on the vote, and we didn't actually capture Councilmember Barton's vote.
Thank you.
So if you could just
And with
confirm.
that, we are adjourned. And that was a yes. I mean, if you don't vote, it's a yes. Yes, it's 3-2.